Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And so, welcome to the Azure Community Conference 2021, day two, track five. And we're going to start with our wonderful session given by our Ben. Hey, Ben.
Hi there.
Hey, Ben. Welcome to you. And glad to see you. And the stage is yours. You can go ahead.
Well, hello there, and thank you for having me at the session today. As before I was jumping on, I was just looking at some of the other sessions that were going on yesterday, and some of the really awesome things that are happening today on day two. I'm excited to be here, but I'm also excited just how many things people can learn from all the great things you can do with Microsoft Azure. So this session that I'm going to be doing today is about extracting and processing data from PDFs. And I'm Ben Vanderberg. I'm Principal Developer Evangelist at Adobe. And I've been part of Adobe for 7 years, and I've worked closely with our product teams on our document services technologies. Some of those you might be familiar with, like Adobe Acrobat, or our e-signature tools like Adobe Sign. And I also work with our AI technologies that help with extracting PDFs. Now, we've also been very, very closely partnered with Microsoft for years, in that many of our services are hosted on Microsoft Azure, and we have a variety of integrations in things like Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, Power Automate connectors, and so forth. But one of the exciting things is seeing how you can blend much more seamlessly between different technologies to help automate a lot of the challenges that people have with documents that are in PDF, which Adobe invented. So before we get started, my information is on the screen. Feel free to connect if you have questions after the fact, but also feel free to ask your questions in the chat window on the where I'm happy to answer the questions as we go along. So just to talk about a little bit of what I'm going to be going through today, first we're going to talk a little bit about the challenge. What are the challenges that people have with extracting information out of PDF documents? And then after that, we're going to look at how we might be able to solve this challenge to be able to reliably get that some of that information out. Explain how some of that works, and we'll walk through a couple of examples of how that works using some of the SDKs. We'll see how that can be incorporated into Azure functions, as well as how that could be done using Microsoft Power Automate. Then we'll wrap up at the very end with how to get started and some resources. But again, as we're going along, I'd love to hear from you if you have any questions. All right. So to get started, the challenge. Well, with PDFs, PDFs are something that everyone has opened up at some point in time in their digital life. It is really that standard for a document that anybody can open on any device, and it's been around for over 30 years, or almost 30 years. But part of the challenge that people have with it is that when it was created, it was intended as a file format that would allow you to be able to take a document that was designed in any application, send it to somebody else, and have them be able to view that on a computer or print that out reliably. But let's fast forward 30 years. Well, now today, we have mobile devices, we have desktop computers, which are different screen sizes, and we also have the fact that we have the web, which a lot of content is structured very differently, and PDFs were not necessarily created in the same structure as things like HTML, where you have tables and structures. It was created as generally as a visual format. So some of the challenges that you end up running into, and this applies to a lot of different applications that parse PDF documents, is while the human eye can look at a PDF and see all of the different content within a document, when it comes to computers trying to parse that information out, that can be a little less reliable. So for example, if you look at a document, when parsing from a computer, let's say a document that has been scanned, you might have that processor read left to right, and if you have columns on a page, that means that this sentence won't make any sense because you're taking the information from the first column and the second column in there. And this is problematic, particularly when you're trying to do this at scale. And a lot of different libraries have these challenges because some people try to read it from left to right using their OCR technologies. Some try to read, and it doesn't even have to be a scanned document. You can also run into the challenge with this if it is a PDF and it was generated by a PDF library that doesn't generate proper PDFs. The other challenge that you can also run into is with a PDF, you might have, let's have this load 1 second here. All right. The other challenge that you might run into is there's all sorts of information in your PDF that gives you styling information. And we can see that there's a lot of different styles in here, from our paragraphs, our lists, our headers here, our quotes here on the right. All of this information, unfortunately, a lot of times when parsed out from a PDF by many libraries, this means that it is just the text of the information. So any of that valuable context you get, like whether it is a list or not, whether it is a header or not, all of that information tends to get lost in translation when trying to perform optical character recognition on a document. Along with that, sometimes we run into the challenge where the documents also, if you have information that's on one page and it spans across to a second page, whether that's like a table or that's a paragraph or that's a list, oftentimes these aren't properly related to each other. The output from those libraries will have those as, say, separate elements, and then it requires additional overhead for you to analyze whether those are related to each other and bringing that data together. So with that being problematic, that means that you have additional need to do overhead to either train your algorithms to get more of that lined up. It takes a lot more time filtering through and understanding that content, or it might just take manual processes of people having to review those documents even after going through automated processes. The other problem that you run into, and this is a very common challenge, is when there are tables inside of PDFs. Tables have historically been very difficult because they can get very complex. And the way that they are rendered inside of PDFs aren't like in HTML where you have a table of information with a table tag. Instead, it is lines or blocks of text aligned in relation as a table. And we visually see that as a table, but a lot of times when that is extracted out, it might just be extracted as information. So it adds additional complexity. And it adds even more complexity if those tables span across different pages. So all of these are challenges that people run into on a daily basis when having to parse and process data in PDFs. And ideally, we want this all to be data. In an ideal world, what we want is to be able to have any of this information be extracted out so that you can reuse that, maybe take that data and put that into into Dataverse so you can create a Power App. You might want to take that information and use it to process through Azure to understand maybe some contractual information inside of your documents and understanding whether certain phrases or lines were inside of contracts. It might also be because the PDFs that you have might be old legacy content that you want to provide and redesign into other formats. So in summary, there are a lot of challenges that exist today. Parsing PDFs is not as easy as sometimes we think. And one of the other challenges that you also run into is the reading order. So if you have a lot of complex designs on a PDF, it is not always clear with the way that the PDF is created, what is the order that would make sense for reading? Do your eyes go to the top left corner and then to the top right? Or do you read the things in one column and then the next column? That reading order can be complex. It can be difficult to understand, even if it is parsed out from a parser. What are paragraphs? What are lists? What are tables? Do they span across pages? It can be difficult to understand information that goes across columns. And it can also be something that documents, PDFs were not built for parsing in that way. They were built for visual representation. So being able to make it easier to parse that information is key to saving a huge amount of time that is often requiring manual work from people to review. All right, so let's talk about how we can solve this. And so this is where what we're going to use is we're going to use something called PDF Extract API. Now, this is something that is available as part of a larger set of services that we have called Adobe Document Services that is all about helping facilitate working with your PDF documents. And the focus today, we're going to talk about extracting information, but if you were also needing to take those PDFs, combine them, get information and metadata about them, generate them, capture signatures, put them onto a website, we have a variety of different services over at Adobe that makes that a lot easier. But if we talk about what it is that Extract API does, is essentially it takes your PDF, and this is any PDF that you have, whether that is scanned or whether that is a digitally created PDF. And what it will return to you is it returns you a few key elements. The first thing is a JSON data structure of all of the content inside of that PDF. But what it does is it takes all of the different structures in there, and as we'll see inside the data, it'll also tell you which things are paragraphs or lists or tables, which allows you to have more reliable structure to be able to take that information and put that into another system. What it'll also do is it'll also give you any of the images and content that exist inside there. So especially if you have things like maybe old magazines or rich content that you want to get the images parsed out of there, as well as the content there, you can easily parse those out. And then any of your tables that exist inside of that PDF, it takes those and it will provide those out as an Excel file or as a CSV file that or as JSON data that you can easily then use to take any of that tabular information and put it into the variety of different systems that you might want to. So for example, maybe I want to parse that information out, put that into Microsoft Dynamics, into a customer record, or into a Power App that I'm creating. Maybe I want to take some of that information and do some natural language processing in Azure to help use that to train some of my my different models from that content. The fact that it provides the paragraph and header type of information helps complement and make it easier to feed the right information into that processor. The other thing that it also can be used is if you're using it with something like Power Automate for robotic process automation. You can use that information and then help inform automated workflows, like the characteristics of this document have this type of information in that, so it needs to get routed, say, for approval within a department and so forth. There's a lot of flexibility that exists in here to allow you to be able to do to process PDFs more effectively. Now, there's a variety of different ways that we can do that. I'm going to touch on in just a moment some of the ways that that can be done using Node and Azure functions, but we have their different SDKs available for you to be able to use for whatever language that you prefer. So if you are prefer using .NET, there are SDKs easily available for there, Java, Python, Node, and we have already a connector inside of Microsoft Power Automate called Adobe PDF Services. However, you can also, what's going to be coming very soon to the connector that exists in there is our extract services to make that extremely easy for you to get your information out there. And then finally, also, we have the REST APIs that make it easy to use. But again, I'm going to focus on some of the stuff using the Node SDK today, but you have the flexibility to be able to use that within any contexts. So let me show you a little bit of what it means with the PDFs and what type of information we can be getting in here. So if I switch over here, what I have is I have an application that I have built a visual layer to show essentially what the extract API is doing here. So I have a document on my computer here, and I'm going to open this up. And what this is here, this is rendering the PDF here on the left. Now, if you're interested in knowing how the PDF was actually rendered on the left, I'm actually using something called PDF Extract API. PDF Embed API. That is a free library that allows you to be able to render your PDFs within your web pages here. But as we look at this document, there's a few things that are important here. So we'll notice that we have like a title here. We have a table of contents here on the left. There are some headers that exist inside of this PDF, as well as we have things like our list here. And we also have even like a table of information that exists in here. All right. So what PDF Extract API can then do is it can give us a number of different elements of information. It can give us the textual information in here. We can get the table information. We can even get the styling information. So it'll tell me exactly what the different styles of these different items are. And I can even get those as the table information as a separate document as an Excel file. So we're going to take this and we're going to upload this to the API. While we're processing, again, if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the comments, and I'm happy to address them as we're going along here. All right, and so what this does is this provides now back a JSON structure of my PDF that's here on the left. So we can see that if I take, say, like, let me scroll up here. We'll first take this section here, which is the title. Now, when we look in this, we'll see that there is also a path item in here that not only does it just parse it out as a separate item and give me things like the bounds information, and the page information. It also tells me that based on AI, it analyzed and sees that this is the title in the document. So it's identified that and given that as part of a path structure. Along with that, we can also see that it gave us information like the font information in here, which this might not seem important at first, but this can actually be important, especially when you're trying to parse and find information. Knowing the styling as a similar relationship can be helpful. For example, I was working on a project where you could you had a PDF that had hundreds of pages in it, and they wanted to be able to find where the split point of each of the different invoices was. By knowing what the font size and the text size of the title on the invoice, it allowed for an easy way to know where to split or parse that PDF into separate items because of the styling information. Again, we use a lot of times styling information with our eyes to discern where there's a separation, and having that information coming out with the PDF helps us in there. So we can also see that it extracted out the table in here, and it recognized that this was an aside, so that we can see that information. We can see that it pulled out each of the items in the list of the table of contents. It identified those as kids because it knows it's a list, and it also identified it as a list inside of the path here. So again, it's helping me easily get a structure of my my document. And then along with that, if I look through for some of the other items in here, we'll see that this set it as a section 3 of the document, and it knows that this is a paragraph. If I go back up here to the item up here, we can see that it also detected this as being a header. So it's inferring all of this structure that I can then use to easily parse the information out. Now let's scroll down here. We're going to keep going through this. We'll notice then that we have things like the list here. Again, it detected the lists, and it's showing us each of the separate items down in there. And as we keep going, every single element will be available. Now, the other thing that it also did is if we look at this table in here, which has classification examples, if I select that Excel file, I'm just rendering this Excel file inside in the application here, but we can see that it parsed out each of the different rows and columns in there so that we can easily collect any of that information from the table in there. So that's extremely powerful. And if I download the zip file here, we can have a look at essentially what the payload includes is a few things. It first includes that structured data JSON file that we've just been looking through. It includes the figures. So each one of those different images, and we only have one image, it parses out as figures. And any of the tables in here, it also parses it out as an Excel file. See that it also inherited the styling in there, and any of the table information, as well as an image of that table. So you can also use that for reference as well. So it provides all that information about that PDF that's extremely rich. So to give you an idea of what this looks like behind the curtain, what we're going to do now is we're going to switch over. I'm going to show you a little bit of what this looks like using the SDK. Now, for reference here, you can, if you are looking to learn more yourself, over on GitHub, there is also the the SDK that you can have a look at and review yourself as we go along. But if I open this up inside of Visual Studio here, what I have is I have a number of things in here. If I first look, I have my PDF API credentials that I'm using to authenticate to the service, as well as my private key. What we'll see a little bit later is that you can also have those stored in, for example, your Azure store or your KMS. Under here, if we look at our resources, not resources, SRC, we'll see that there are a lot of different examples in here for a variety of different things that you might want to do with a PDF. We have our combined PDF, compress PDF, create PDF. And if I go all the way down here, we have our extract PDF examples. And again, available in any language here. What we can do is then, if we look at, say, this one here, we'll see that actually this isn't particularly complicated in here. It's first including the PDF Services SDK into the library. It's setting the credentials in here. And then if we scroll down, we'll see that we're setting our options for the extract PDF service. And we are then building that as a configuration, and it's essentially input and output here. So we have an extract PDF input file that we are setting in there, and then when we execute, we are saving that file out. In this case, I'm running this locally, but you can also have that stored into, say, your blob storage that you want to store any of that data, or you want to take that JSON data and put that into, say, like a CosmoDB database. So when you go through there and the outputs, we can have a quick look at what this is going to do. So we're going to run this, and I'm going to run this by running quickly the service here. So let's just make sure I'm in the right folder. I am. So we're going to say node src. We're going to do extract PDF, and we're doing extract PDF, extract text table info from PDF. So when we run that, it's going to just take a quick moment. And it's pulled the information out here. So now if I open this up, we'll then see it provides my information with the table. Again, this is the same file that we were just shown before. So nothing new here, and the structured data. So it's pretty easy to get that information and get that parsed out for you to be able to use. Now, if I wanted to be able to use this, say, with an Azure function, that's pretty straightforward as well. I can take that information. I could use that with any number of Azure services. So if I switch over here, what I've done here is I've written a basic Azure function, and what it's doing is a few things. First off, I have my my information about the credentials stored inside the blob service. So we are connecting to that here within my my code here. And if I scroll down here, what we're doing in this is we're essentially using a lot of the same code in here from the sample. We are taking a PDF that we have as an example from our samples here. We are setting that input, and we're executing. And what I have as a process here, now one of the powerful things is because it provides the information of the content of the PDF as JSON data, it means that I can easily parse and manipulate that information without having to know how the nuance of how PDFs are structured. I don't have to know how to deeply learn a PDF library. What I'm getting back is I'm getting a consistent structure of JSON data that allows me to be able to then easily use all of my data structure libraries to be able to run and parse that. So in this case, what I have it doing is I have it taking the information from the JSON that was outputted from the service, and I'm just running a basic filter in here. So if we look at the sample of the document that we're using here, we have a couple of different versions in here. I have one, which is my invoice one. We'll notice that I have a number of elements inside of here. We have our table of information from our table here. And what I want to do is, depending on whether it's this one or it's like the second one, which has a much longer list that spans across different pages, or whether it's this invoice that is somewhere in the middle here. What I want it to do is I want it to parse out the information so that I can easily convert it into a service that can pull that information out. And this might be helpful in an example where maybe I wanted to use this for invoices, or maybe someone was uploading a copy of a PDF, say, bill, and you wanted to use that to compare or confirm their address. All that type of information you can easily parse out. So if I go back to my my Azure function in here, what it's doing is it's using the path function or path record inside of the JSON data to find the item, which is the fourth paragraph. Now, the way that extract will pull information out, most of the time when you have automated documents like this, they'll be written the exact same way every single time. So it's easy for you to then identify, based on the order of where things are rendered on the page, how you want to easily parse that information out. So we have it basically getting the contact info, and then because all of the tabular data inside that invoice is coming back as an Excel file here, what I am doing is I'm just simply taking that, and I am taking that Excel file, converting it so that I can then push that out as part of a response that we're going to have from our service here. So let's switch over here. And so my invoice one, which was this invoice here, which has a few items, has some information about the contact information. So now if I run this service here, give it a quick second, it's, oh, I have to run it. Give me 1 sec. Let's run this one more time. All right, try that again. It's taking a file that I have stored inside of Azure as a blob. It's getting the extract JSON information from the service. We are parsing that, and then we're providing back that info inside of here, which is all the different line items. Now, if I go in and take a different invoice that I have there and it processes it, we'll see that it's going to process that information out. Give it a quick second. There we go. It's pulled that information. And you'll notice that this one was the one that was much longer. So this had a lot of those other items inside of there. So if we look back at that PDF here again, this was the one that it was a longer list, but we'll notice that it also expanded across pages. So if I go back into the list here, we'll see that it recognized across those pages. So very easy for us to think of this as a full table. And if we look at the third one, just as an example, run the same process. And it parsed the information out for each one of those. So really and when we didn't have to do any training of AI, now it uses AI to analyze those PDFs, but we don't have to go through an AI service to identify that information and structure that information, because it provides it in that consistent structure. It makes it easy for me to parse that information out from extract. So the other thing that I wanted to also touch on here is Power Automate, because Power Automate, for me, as much as I love diving into code, I also love not having to dive into code, and especially when I'm wanting to use things with SharePoint, use things with Teams, or just be able to quickly create and design something within without having to write any code. Power Automate or Logic apps becomes really, really powerful for me to really get these results quickly. So as I mentioned, coming soon is the extract service into Power Automate. And when I say soon, this is coming within the next couple of weeks. But it is part of the services that are already available within Power Automate. So if you go in here and search for Adobe, we're going to go into Adobe PDF services. We'll see that any of those different ways that you might use, say, Adobe Acrobat for interacting with your PDFs, they're in here for you to be able to use. So if you want to compress a PDF, maybe that you have stored inside of SharePoint, you can do that. If you want to convert an image to a PDF, you can do that. If you want to generate a PDF from a Word template and merge data into that, we have that inside of there. But all of these different items are available in there. And as soon as the additional actions become available, they'll be available inside the PDF services. And along with that will also be the templates that will be available to help you accelerate many of those different common tasks that you may want to extract information out of PDFs. Now, we make a lot of the other PDF actions available here for you to be able to use. But if you want to get that the extract stuff, stay tuned, as those will be available in there. And the main benefit here, again, is that you don't have to go through training a model inside of AI Builder. It'll be a matter of you have that data structure, you can parse using any of the JSON parsing inside of Power Automate. Now, you could also take that information and pass that into AI Builder. That is still a very complementary, because it's giving you the information as paragraphs and full content. So dropping that into AI Builder to build models is still helpful, but you can also pull that information as part of your actions inside of Power Automate. All right, so the next thing is, how can you get started? Some of these things are maybe interesting to you. How can you get to know, get started, get this under your fingers? Well, there's a couple of ways that you can do that. The first thing is you can get started using many of the services that I showed today free by going to the website on here. So if you go to the document services page, this will allow you to be able to get started. You just go to get credentials. And when you do that, what it'll also do is it'll allow you to be able to choose what SDK you want to start using, and you can download that. Those samples are then available, and you can use those within an Azure function, say, that you're building there. The second thing is you're going to want to download those that sample code. Now, when you create your credentials, it provides you the sample code already there. But if you want to manually download those, you can also download those from the documentation. Now, the documentation gives you a lot of helpful resources in here. So if you go in here to the extract information, this will walk you through the details of how you can extract that information in different languages. It will walk through details of if you want to extract the text, you want to extract text and table information, or you want to get things like figures. It has the details in here for you to be able to utilize. And we're constantly adding more things to make that available and make it even better for additional use cases. So as part of the resources that I have here, there's also additional ones when you download this deck that I'll make available, the different SDKs, the different connectors that can help you use this within Power Automate and some of the samples. The samples to help you get started, especially creating some of the things like your Azure functions. And along with that, you can also do things like if you go to the Adobe Tech blog, Adobe Tech blog is where we write a lot of things around how you can take advantage of. Sorry, give me 1 second here. The Adobe Tech blog is where you can learn a whole lot of things about how you can take advantage of these different services. We are constantly talking about different ways that you can help automate a number of these different actions and work seamlessly between Microsoft and Adobe tools in there. All right, so that is all I had from a presentation perspective. If you have additional questions as we are going through here, please feel free to connect on LinkedIn or Twitter or Facebook. I'm always interested in hearing the types of things that people are working on, as well as maybe some of the challenges they're having. I love to hear from people. But speaking of hearing from people, if with the remaining time, I'd love to open it up for any questions that people might have, so that we can dive deeper into some of the things that you'd love to hear answers on.
Hey Ben, thank you for this wonderful session. So I have one question.
Sure.
So how will be the pricing? Do you have any consumption plan in both the way Azure and Adobe, or so if you want to implement a particular use case, then if I want to give a pricing to anyone, okay, this is the costing. It will be depend upon the PDF and everything. So is there any specific format, like the cost will occur from Adobe side or in Azure side?
Sure. So the cost is on the Adobe side. So the first we price it based on consumption, similar to a lot of other Azure things. So you have 1,000 transactions when you first get started, just so you can play around with it. And then after that, the cost of that is based again on transaction. To give you a little bit of details of what that looks like, it's actually available on the web page and the documentation here. Now, depending on the type of service that you're using, it might have different metrics of how much it consumes. So in the case of extract PDF, a transaction, which is approximately about 5 cents, US cents, I live in the US, so bear with me on that. Is based on the processing of 5 pages. So if you have a 6-page document, that would be 2 transactions. If it is a 9-page document, that's 2 transactions because it's based on the unit of 5 pages. Many of the other services inside of here are often just like 1 transaction, but because extract PDF is a much more processing intensive process, it's based on the 5-page increment is a transaction. And based on also consumption, if you have large volume of consumption, then there also are ways to get favorable pricing by larger negotiation with Adobe.
And can I give one example of successful customer stories or a use case so that audience can relate, and when the use case come to their life, they can quickly relate it to the current session, and it's helpful for that. Okay, we can interact with Azure and Adobe, and we can build our custom solution for that. Any success stories or use case?
Sure. So one example was Cambridge Cambridge Assessments. Which is one of the use cases that they had was a lot of their different tests. So if you think of Cambridge University and assessments being tests, a lot of the tests that they had, they needed to be able to parse that information out reliably and at scale. And so they're using PDF extract to extract that information so that they can then populate that into their databases quickly and reliably. So that's a great example on the extract side. We have some other customers. I cannot disclose their names right at the moment. I have to clear that with my marketing, but some of the examples of what are currently in production is one was needing to solve the problem of when they have it was a bank use case where they had thousands of different forms, and when they needed to change the regulated forms because of an updated of specific section of those forms, the problem was that required manual work to look at each of those different PDF forms and find that form fragment. What Extract allowed them to be able to do is be able to process all of those different forms and analyze them so that they could identify this section of a PDF exists within these 30 different forms. So it would help them save hours and hours and hours of time trying to find and review and see where those different elements were, allow them to easily identify that, because the identification isn't just finding text. It was also finding the text as the relationship to the to how it looks, and so forth, and being able to identify the snippet and the section of a PDF and use Extract API to then see which other PDFs had those same characteristics, saved hours and hours and hours as they were needing to change and update those forms for compliance reasons.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. That gives a good understanding about the perfect use case we can use it. And if you have any resource link like source code URL, you can share it to me, the private chat, and I will just update it for the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. The source code for the one that I did for the Azure function, I forgot to upload to GitHub before I got here. However, the one that I am going to drop in here is or two things I'm going to drop in. One is some of the samples that I was going through. That link can help walk through what some of that code looks like. as well as I'm also going to drop in the general information on Extract, which has resource links to download any of the SDKs, see any of the samples, snippets and code, and so forth.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for this wonderful session, and you can stay in the call like in a backstage if you get any Q&A from the audience, and I will reach you that you can reply in the comment itself.
Yep, I will stick around for any questions that people have. And if they don't have any questions, thank you for coming to the session. I'm happy to walk through this with you, but I'll stick around. And again, feel free to ask any of your questions. I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, man. Hey everyone, I just shared the Azure this conference feedback link, and you will get a session code along with that. So you can share your feedback regarding the session and the community in the link shared in the comment and the chat window. Hey, Rahul and Tarun, welcome and great to see you.
Hi.
And
Okay.
session and the stage is yours.
Thanks. Thanks. Right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Azure Community Conference. I hope that you've been enjoying this conference so far. Let me take you to today's session, which I will be presenting with my friend Tarun. Let me know if everything is all right with you.
Yes, so everything is fine.
All right. Thank you. So today we will be talking about how you can deploy an enterprise API management platform on Azure Kubernetes Service. My name is Rahul. I'm a Microsoft Azure MVP, and I work as a group product manager at a company called Logic Monitor here in Australia. I'm joined by my friend Tarun.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Tarun. I worked as a solution architect in Sydney, and I basically worked on Azure platform. Uh, just a disclaimer, I'm representing today in my personal capacity, and there is no reference to my employer or any supplier. Thank you. So today we'll be discussing about how we can leverage APIM platform with AKS. So let me go through the AKS first. So why we think that AKS is a better microservices platform. So these are some of the characteristics in AKS. If you don't know, so AKS is a managed offering from Azure, managed Kubernetes offering from Azure, and you only have to pay for the workloads you deploy on in AKS, and you don't have to worry about the management of control plane or different master level tasks which are there in Azure, and you only focus on the workload management. And you can run Windows and Linux based containers. You can also easily scale using VM scale set. So now the nodes in AKS are easily integrated with VM scale set so that you can get the benefits of auto scaling using that. And there is inbuilt monitoring also available in AKS, where when you configure your AKS cluster, you can easily integrate it with Log Workspace or any other third-party monitoring tool. But out of the box, you get the benefit of integrating with Log Workspace and Azure Monitor. So when it comes to API management, so basically there are when you deploy a microservices architecture, there are many API concerns which you need to deal with apart from your application functionality or source code or logic. Like for example, there is a situation for handling the request routing. So let's say you have more than 20 or 25 APIs, and you need to make sure that the routing for those APIs are correct. They have proper versioning and everything set up. So that is one concern. Then you also have to worry about authorization and authentication for those APIs. Either you build it in each of those services independently, or you build a centralized solution. You also have to take care of TLS termination, and rate limiting is another concern you need to worry about when you are designing your microservices. Then you have to also think about how you will monitor your APIs. What will be the deployment strategies for those API, whether you need any caching for APIs or not. So all these concerns are where API gateway pitch in. So API gateway, if you have a microservices based architecture, and you need to handle all these scenarios, so that is where API gateway pitch in, and it helps you in solving all of these problems and many else, and it simplifies your overall deployment stack and helps you in smooth running of your application. So in case of AKS or Kubernetes in general, but today we'll focus on AKS specifically. So you have many options for API gateways. For example, there is a inbuilt ingress controller in AKS, which is like Kubernetes default ingress controller. You can use that as your API gateway, but it's very primitive and it doesn't give you full feature set of what is required in an API gateway. It does the basic job, but as I said, it's not that full-fledged and probably not suitable for an enterprise scenario. Then you also have the option of using a self-hosted gateway. Self-hosted gateway is, for example, there is a service mesh called Istio, which also provides you a Istio gateway, which is also quite feature-rich. Then you have Nginx Ingress Gateway, which is quite popular, and you can utilize that for your API gateway requirements. Both of these self-hosted gateways have a rich feature set, and they support most of the API gateways use cases. The only thing is that they are self-hosted. So what it means is that you have to manage their lifecycle yourself within your cluster when you deploy them into AKS. Then there is an option for SaaS-based API gateway called APG. For example, APG. So what SaaS-based offer is that it's totally independent from your deployment environment, and it's a separate service. You can utilize that for managing your API gateway requirement. But again, the problem with SaaS-based thing is that it adds another component to your deployment stack, and then you have to worry about how you will monitor that particular component within your entire deployment structure. You also have an option of using a reverse proxy-based solution, for example, YAR, or you can write your custom solution wherein you can develop your API gateway yourself. But again, the thing is that you probably don't want to go into that direction if you don't have a specific requirement to do that, because there are many solutions, out of the box solution available in the industry, which you can leverage and get the benefits out of them. And then lastly, you have the option of using a PaaS solution for API management, which is what we are going to discuss today in detail, and that is Azure API management. And it gives you all the API gateways feature set, and along with all the PaaS benefit and a direct Azure integration with AKS.
So Tarun just spoke about some of the wonders of an API gateway and how it fits in your microservices architecture. We now know that an API gateway is kind of an essential component in a microservices architecture, because it abstracts so many of the complexities that come with microservices. So this is where Azure API management comes in. Azure API management is an implementation of API gateway. Let's talk about some of the benefits of Azure API management, what sets it apart from other gateway solutions that exist, which Tarun just spoke about in the last slide. So the first thing is that it is a PaaS offering from Microsoft, so you don't need to worry about managing it on your own. You leave it to Microsoft to manage its uptime and manage its availability for you, and always keep it up to date. The second key advantage is that not only can it connect with APIs that are available within Azure, but it can connect to APIs that are available on any cloud and even on-prem. So no matter where your APIs are, you can use Azure API management as a gateway and use it in order to abstract the complexities of interacting with multiple APIs. Now, when you have a lot of APIs spread across your organization, many of those APIs might be internal to your organization, and while some of those might be the ones that you expose outside your organization. The good thing about Azure API management is that you can have a single gateway that is used to restrict API access to people within the organization, and also has the capability to expose APIs outside the organization as well. A wonderful, now the whole world is moving towards infrastructure as code. Azure API management supports infrastructure as code out of the box. So not only can you use infrastructure as code to create a new instance of Azure API management, but you can also use your Git-based configurations or use ARM templates, Bicep, and every other IAC, many other IAC offerings to configure your API management as well. So everything can be documented in the form of specs as code, and then applied on Azure, which would ultimately create a managed version of API management for you. Another key aspect is that it supports integration with internal and external APIs. So it is quite close to the concept that I spoke about earlier, that not only can you expose the APIs to developers or to people within your organization and outside your organization as well. Likewise, at the back end, it can connect to any API, be it on your cloud, on-prem, or on premises. Let's talk about a few key APIM concepts to cement the idea of APIM and make it more clear to you. Now, when we talk about APIM, obviously the first key thing is the API itself, which you can think of REST APIs with a bunch of endpoints. The first level of abstraction built on those APIs are products. So essentially, you can package your APIs under certain products and then expose those products to the internal and external users. Another key aspect is the policy. So what policies do is that, let's say you want to enforce rate limiting or any other cross-cutting concerns such as authentication and authorization on your APIs. You can write them in the form of policies and apply them at a product level on your API or even at on groups. I will soon talk about groups as well. The third thing is a developer portal. So essentially, when you build this catalog of APIs and you've created these products that contain your APIs, you don't want to essentially talk to people who are going to consume these APIs and assign them keys and permissions by yourself. API management comes out of the box with a developer portal where users can navigate through the APIs, explore their specs, and then apply for access to those APIs. And you, as an administrator of API management, can approve their access and grant them access to the APIs and the products that they need without having to provision this portal yourself. An important thing is groups. So groups is essentially a collection of users. So you can basically create a group of users and then assign a product to them, so that you don't need to assign access to a product individually. You can just club all the users under different groups and assign them to products. That's where these groups come in. These concepts are quite key to API management. We'll refer to these concepts again down the line in this presentation. Let's talk about some of the key features of API management as to why you would want to go with API management as a solution for your that acts as an API gateway for your APIs rather than anything else. So some of the standout features of API management are that first, it supports very easy integration with Azure AD, and that you can put users in your Azure AD. You can create users in your Azure AD and then automatically assign them access to APIs. So that way, the whole management overhead of who should be granted access to what is abstracted from you. Another key feature of API management is built-in analytics. So you don't need to do much in order to see what's happening with your APIs, how developers are using it. The analytics is built in, and you would be able to monitor and manage whatever is going on with your API gateway, in this case, API management. There is full support of backup and restore. So if you ever make a change and you don't like that change in your API management, you can always restore from the last known good state and resume from there. Apart from that, API management also supports a self-hosted gateway mode of deployment, and that if you want to take total control over API management, you don't want Microsoft to manage the infrastructure, you always have the option of taking the API management data plane and deploying it on your cluster on your own and manage it. These might be useful in scenarios which require low latency or have strict regulatory requirements. We'll talk about this feature later. Another key feature is multi-region deployment. So let's say your audience is spread all over the world, while your API gateway is simply deployed in, let's say, West US region, then it might introduce a lot of latency to requests that are coming from other parts of the globe. API management gives you the feature of deploying it across multiple deployment regions so that customers, the users of the APIs can connect to the gateway that is closest to them. For APIs that need to be restricted within a VNet for regulatory or security reasons, API management does support VNet integration so that it's not exposed to the APIs are not exposed to the internet, as well as the gateway itself is not exposed to the internet. Another key feature is Git-based management. This is something that I referred to earlier as well. So you can use Git to store the policies of API management, and you can apply all of those policies straight through Git. You don't need to go to the portal or run a bunch of commands in order to provision API management and configure it. It can be made to be entirely Git driven. It has first-class integration with Azure Monitor Logs and Analytics. So whatever is going through your API gateway gets logged in Azure Monitor Logs, and you can always go back to those logs when you have to debug your APIs.
Thanks, Rahul. Let's go through some of the deployment models you can use for APIM with AKS. So at high level, these are the three prominent models you can use in an enterprise setup. So there are other models as well. Like, for example, you can keep your APIs within AKS publicly exposed, and then link them with the APIM. But those scenarios might not be suitable for an enterprise setup. And you probably, for an enterprise setup, you probably want more security in terms of exposing your APIs outside the cluster and what policies and rules applied for accessing them. So these are the prominent three models to use with APIM and AKS. The number one is you can deploy APIM as an external gateway to AKS. So we'll go through each of these models in detail. So let's start with number one. So this is the initial pattern. What you have in this pattern is that you have your services deployed in Kubernetes cluster, and you have pods which are exposed via service A and service B, and then they are behind a ingress. So this ingress can be any basic ingress, or it like the default Kubernetes ingress, or it can be any open source or third-party ingress as well. But you probably don't want all the API gateway features enabled in this ingress. The reason being that you want like all the security and networking and rate limiting and all those capabilities to be as close to your boundary as possible, rather than those things happening from within your cluster. So that ingress is behind a load balancer. Now this load balancer is an internal load balancer. The reason being that we don't want to expose our ingress to outside the cluster. so that it's only be accessible from via API management rather than being accessed by anyone directly coming to access those APIs. So what will happen in this scenario is that you have a VNet, and your entire API management and Kubernetes cluster will be part of same VNet, and Kubernetes cluster will be part of one subnet, and API management will be part of another subnet. And when you configure API management, we'll cover more on this in the demo section. But when you configure API management within your VNet, you will add it as an external gateway. So when you configure API management in the networking section, you have the option to configure it as an external gateway or internal gateway, or no gateway at all. So in that case, it remains completely public and not part of your VNet. But if you want to add it into your VNet, then you can select it as an external or internal gateway. And in case of this scenarios, you will add it as an external gateway so that it is accessible from outside your VNet, and it can also access services which are deployed within your Kubernetes cluster, and exposed by an internal load balancer, which is part of your Kubernetes VNet. Now, so where will exactly you use this kind of setup? So obviously, number one situation is when you have a regulatory requirement, or mostly in most of the enterprise setup, this is the requirement where you don't want to expose too much to the outside world. So this is a good use case, because in these scenarios, you're not exposing your services directly, but you are exposing via APIM, and then you can place all the policies and authentication and authorization, as Rahul explained, the APIM benefits on your request, so that the security is handled at the border of your surface of your network, rather than getting handled when the request comes inside your network. So one is the regulatory requirement. Then obviously it reduces the exposure of services, and make sure that all the policies are satisfied before the request reaches your Kubernetes cluster. The benefit of this approach, obviously, so there is no public access for your services, and you can also control access to different subnet, like who can access, like APIM can access which Kubernetes clusters. So let's say you have multiple Kubernetes cluster deployed within your virtual network, and you want that APIM only access certain clusters. You can control that via network security group, because it's all part of the same virtual network, and you can have different subnet defined, created, and then apply different rules on each of those subnets. And then you can also integrate with external services, because it has an external endpoint, and it can, as a backend, integrate with any service, whether it's part of the same VNet or not. So you can have that service as an external backend integration, and then expose it via APIM. But obviously, so APIM itself doesn't provide you any firewall capabilities. So for that, you have to use API gateway or any third-party firewall. So that will be an additional setup you will need in this scenarios. And also, the initial setup might be a bit complex, but it is worthwhile when you have all those requirements and you need a secure setup. So these are some of the drawbacks for this scenario.
Yeah. So let me talk about the second pattern, wherein API management acts as an internal gateway to AKS. Now, why would you want to use this pattern? Let's say you don't want all your APIs are internal, which is that the audience of the API actually live within your organization, and you don't want people outside your organization to be able to access these APIs. What will you do in this case? The previous example that Tarun showed, did allow users from outside the organization have access to the API management and hence your APIs that live within the organization. But now we want to restrict this access a bit further. We don't want people outside the organization to be able to access these APIs. So in this case, what we would do is, again, place everything in a VNet, your AKS cluster as well as your API management solution, and put them in different subnets. So API management lives in its own subnet, but then any audience that needs to interact with this API management needs to be part of the same VNet. In this case, a VM that is part of the same virtual network, but in a different subnet, can interact with this API management setup and hence talk to these APIs. So let's talk about what is the use, what are some of the use cases why you would want to use such a setup. As I said before, that there might be regulatory requirements around this. So let's say a bunch of internal only APIs that need to be accessed only by your organization, not meant for public consumption. They can be provisioned in this manner so that they're not exposed to the internet. Mostly these are for internal services, as I said, or in scenarios where you require a super secure environment. It might be a case within healthcare sector or in financial sectors where these kind of architectures are much more prevalent than others. Now, what are some of the pros and cons of this particular setup? Now, obviously, the biggest advantage of this setup is that you're not granting anyone access to AKS and your API management service. So no one can access it directly. Only you have to, if you want to consume any service, you have to go via APM and you need to be present within the same network in order to access those APIs, which is one of the biggest positives of this architecture. You get total control of the network through network security groups. This was something that Tarun also spoke about before. So you get total control over who can access what. So if you have a bunch of resources living within the VNet, you can control access to those resources. If you want to restrict the access of API management to all of those resources, you get an additional level of control. You can provision network security groups and deny access to all of those resources which you don't want API management to connect to. A wonderful key feature of using VNets is that by using different mechanisms, for example, VNet pairing or through express route, you can connect to your APIs that are still living on-prem. So if you want to proxy those APIs via API management, you do get the ability to do that as well. Obviously, the disadvantage of this particular kind of setup is that it is a bit more involved and complex than for APIs that are that can be exposed publicly, because you need to restrict access to your API management. And if you have such a secure environment, then you obviously need to write a lot more policies and network security rules that you can apply on your setup.
The last scenario which we want to discuss today about API and AKS is a self-hosted gateway. So Rahul talked about it earlier during the APIM introduction, was that you can also host APIM as a self-hosted gateway within AKS. So what it does is that when you deploy APIM as a self-hosted gateway, it will get deployed from within your cluster, and then it will act as any third-party API gateway, for example, Nginx, similar to them. But the benefit you get by using APIM in that case is that a lot of the management features for that self-hosted gateway can be done via Azure portal, because to deploy it as a self-hosted gateway, you need to have an APIM instance created, and then you need to have define and you can leverage that particular instance in Azure portal to define policies and different routes for your APIM. So basically, you can do a lot of things except few particular features which are part of external APIM gateway, which are not available in self-hosted one. But there are a lot many things you can do as part of a self-hosted APIM gateway as well via Azure portal, and that gives you extra flexibility in terms of how you want to manage your API gateway in terms of scaling and everything. And obviously, it definitely helps you in reducing the cost because the traffic doesn't go via Azure; it directly comes to your APIM, and it saves you on the that redirection cost and the bandwidth cost and all those things. So how you deploy it? So again, everything is part of a virtual network, and then you have a subnet. But since the APIM is part of your AKS cluster, it gets deployed within your cluster. Again, for this kind of scenario also, there might be a availability requirement where you don't want to host your API gateway solution in a PaaS environment. You want it controlled by yourself, so you can have it self-hosted, and then you can have and you can also have a low latency scenarios in your requirement where you want the latency between your API gateway and your actual APIs to be less. So this will give you the fastest implementation working scenario because your API gateway sits within your cluster and you don't have that latency between the PaaS offering and your actual backend APIs. And since it's part of a cluster, so security-wise, APIM doesn't expose any new vulnerabilities. If your cluster is secure, then the APIM gets secure automatically because it's part of a cluster only. The benefits give you lowest latency, and as I talked about earlier, there's no additional data transfer cost because the API gateway and your AKS cluster are and your backend services are within the same cluster. And it also gives you an easy discovery of services in the cluster because you don't have to set up any network or connectivity between APIM and your cluster because the API gateway is within your cluster. So you can easily discover services by using the API gateway. Again, as I said, so there is a limited feature set in terms of cons. So there is a limited feature set for this scenario. You can't use all the features which are available in APIM PaaS offering, but you can still use a good subset of features for this scenario as well. And it gives you a worthy alternative to other open source API gateway, which you can use right now with AKS. And because of the limited feature set, so the services, the features which are not available, so for example, there are some TLS cipher features which are available in APIM, which are not available in the self-hosted version. You have to, if you have those requirements, then you have to do all those handling yourself, and then that makes the management a little bit complex than the PaaS APIM version.
We'll go through a short demo in which we'll show you how to deploy. So essentially, not the process, but essentially the architecture of how a deployment of APIM as internal and external gateway to AKS looks like. We'll walk through the complete architecture and all the components that are involved. So I'll have to stop the sharing and share another screen on which I have the demo. So watch me do some screen foo. All right. Yep, not bad. All right. So let's start with let's start with a scenario where API management acts as an external gateway to the services that are deployed in your AKS cluster. Remember from the architecture that it required a bunch of VNets and a VNet and a bunch of subnets that were configured. We'll first take a look at how the VNet and the subnets are structured. So so this is the network diagram of the virtual network. So the cluster itself and the API management service are part of the WeatherOrg VNet. And the cluster itself is part of Weather internal AKS subnet, and the service, the API management service, is part of the Weather external VNet. We'll take a look at these setups when I cover those services. So first, let's take a look at the AKS cluster that we have. So this is the Weather APIs cluster. Let's look at the services that are part of this cluster first. You'll see that there is this weather location API. So the scenario for the demo is that we have a simple service that can present you the weather of any location or the moon phase of any location if you send a request to those two endpoints that we have configured. So this is the service that is running within the cluster. As you can see that it does have an external IP, but this IP address is only visible within the VNet. It's a VNet only, an internal, a private IP that's that can be accessed only from within the VNet. If you look at the workloads, you would see that the Weather API service is running. It's powered by 2 pods, both of which are ready. Let's look at the API management side of it. So this is the API management service. Let's start with how this service looks like. So as I said that there are 2 endpoints to the service that we have, one of which gives you the moon phase of any location. So if you want to see what the moon phase is in Sydney or any place in India, say New Delhi, you would be able to access that through the Moon API. Likewise, if you want to query the weather of any region, you can use the Weather API endpoint to do that. If you look at it, there is just a single endpoint in both of these APIs, both of which ultimately reach up to the load balancer IP that I showed you earlier and send a request to it. So the Moon API sends a request to the Moon endpoint, and likewise the Weather API sends a request to the Weather endpoint. So as I said that APIs are part of products. So these APIs are by default packaged under the starter and the unlimited product, which are published by default. Let's take a look at something more interesting, which is the virtual network which this API gateway is part of. If you scroll up to the virtual network setting and click on it, you would find that the network that I spoke about earlier, that is the WeatherOrg VNet. This API management service is part of that VNet, and it's part of one of the subnets within that VNet. And an important thing to note here is that the network type is external, which means that users outside the VNet would be able to access this API. To test it out, let's, so there's the tab. Yeah. So here is a browser window through which I can essentially put in the address of the API management service, which is something that you can find from the overview section, and make a request to gather the moon phase of Sydney, or if you want to change to something else. So right now we are trying to request for the moon phase in New Delhi. It's day number 22 of the moon phase. Seems like there's a half moon there. And if you want to query the weather of the service, query about the latest weather of New Delhi. Just change the endpoint. It's going through the API management service and fetching the latest weather of the region. Now you can see that I'm using my own browser window in order to interact with the API management service that's within the VNet that we provision. But because it's because we had set the network access to because its network access type, virtual network type is external. That's why we are able to access it through a device that is outside the VNet. Now, what if I don't want to have the ability for the users outside the VNet to be able to access this service? What we can do then? So in this case, we are going to lock down the access of the service to the users within the network. How we can do that is this is another instance of the API management. As you can see, it has a different name, Weather API internal, and everything else remains the same. But I will take you to the most important bit, which is the virtual network. If you go to the virtual network, you would see that its type is internal. Even though it's in a virtual network and it's within a subnet within the virtual network, just because its virtual network type is internal, I won't be able to access it from outside the network. So if you take a look at its address, which is this one, if I try to access it from here, it doesn't work. So what can I do to access this service? So if you go back to the network diagram, here is what you can do. So we have created another subnet within the VNet, and you can see that there is a VM within the VNet. It's within the same, and then it's within the same VNet, but part of another subnet. One of the great things about the setup of VMs is that you don't need to expose your VMs to the internet if you don't want to. There is a wonderful service called Azure Passion. What it does is that it is a PaaS service that allows you to access the VMs that are part of the virtual network without actually exposing a public IP on them. So what we have done is created a Passion service within the VNet, which you can see here. This Passion service lives within the VNet.
Yeah. So what we are trying to do here is that we are trying to mimic a scenario where your consumers are also within your virtual network. So obviously, in actual scenario, that might be another AKS cluster, or it might be some on-premise services which are running within your virtual network, and they are connected. So we're trying to mimic that scenario here by creating a VM within the virtual network, and now we can try, and now we will try to access the internal API services from within that VM, which is part of the same virtual network.
Yeah, just to show that about the VNet configurations of this VM, if you click on this VM and go to the, this is anyways visible very much over the virtual network and subnet settings here. So in the Passion service, you just need to enter the username and password for the VM that you provision, and what it would take you to, it would remote desktop into the VM without actually exposing it through the internet. So what we have here is the VM that's part of the same virtual network, and you can see we were talking about the developer portal for a while. So from here you can even access the developer portal. There were two products that I showed to you earlier that were provisioned by default. You can access those products from here. But and if you want to look at the APIs, the Moon and the Weather API are available as part of those products to the developers. Let's now try to make a request to fetch the weather of the current weather of New Delhi from here. So if you look at it, although this endpoint wasn't available to us when we were trying to access it from outside the network, it responded very nicely when we accessed it through a VM within the same virtual network. If you want to look at the moon phase, yeah, it returned the correct response here as well. I'm going to switch back to the presentation now. So in this demo, we spoke about a bunch of services, a bunch of setups that we did. Here are all the resources that you can go through. You can pause the video here when you watch it on demand later and go through these links, and you would be able to create such a setup yourself. That brings us to the end. Thanks to the sponsors of Azure Conference and the communities that are part of it. We are now open to any questions.
Thank you, Rahul and Tanu, for the wonderful session. And we had 2 questions from Ajmal. You can see in your chat.
Sorry, I can't see any
Okay,
questions.
so I will explain the question what Ajmal mentioned. He have a dashboard hosted as an app service, needs a public access which calling the API. Okay, hosted over the AKS. API access only within a VPN. Can I use API management for both?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Give me a minute. Let me. You can see the Ajmal question in the
Comments.
window.
In the comment section.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, we can see that now.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So Ajmal has asked that he has a dashboard hosted as an app service and he needs public access, which calling APIs. API access. Oh, so I believe that he has a user interface deployed somewhere, and he wants to basically proxy it through an API management platform.
Yeah, so basically, if you use an external mode, then you can have a different backend with APIM with only one instance of APIM. You probably don't need 2 instances. So if you have an external APIM deployed as an external network, then you can have app service as one backend and AKS services as another backend, and then you can connect via that.
Yeah.
So here one more question. Continue with that. Like.
So Ajmal has asked another question that does he need to use 2 instances, one for public and one for private?
So as I said, like the private one, you probably need when you don't want it to expose your services outside your virtual network. So if you want external access, then you will need to use an external gateway, not as an internal gateway. So if you use the internal gateway, then that will not be available outside your virtual network.
Thank you, Ajmal, for the question. I think that answers your question. The next question from.
Yes, I can read it. So Krishnendu has asked that how does it integrate with Calico? So Calico, in a sense, is a network. What do you call it? So essentially, a network abstraction that's available within Kubernetes, and AKS in itself is a PaaS solution that is available to services that can essentially live in Kubernetes or anywhere else. So you can define security policies in your cluster using Calico, but it is restricted to whatever is hosted within your cluster, AKS cluster, or any other Kubernetes cluster that you're using.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about is you can put API management in front of your cluster and make it talk to services that can be hosted anywhere.
Yeah. So, and I think the next question was regarding other service mesh. So, service mesh is again something which is available from within your cluster. So, if you are using a service mesh, you can have and you can deploy your services within the service mesh, and then you can have those services exposed via a basic ingress gateway or a service mesh like Istio gateway. But you don't have to apply all the gateway policies at service mesh level. You can do that at APIM level and make sure that requests are getting evaluated at the surface of your network rather than within when the request reaches your cluster. So that gives you a more secure environment. And you can also set up MTLS between your service mesh and your API gateway. So that gives you more security in terms of your request network traffic.
Yeah. So again, it's related to the same concept that we spoke about earlier. The service mesh essentially is for services that live within your cluster. But then if you want to have an abstraction that lives outside your cluster and have services that, let's say you have some services on-prem and a bunch of them on AKS and then some of them on app services, you want to have a common gateway for all of these services, then essentially something needs to sit outside your cluster, which is API management service. I hope that answers the question.
So thank you, Rahul and Tarun. Like you can stay on the backstage. Like if any question raised, you can come up and answer the question. And thank you for this wonderful session.
Okay. Thanks a lot, everyone. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of Azure Conference.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everyone, like you can give a feedback about the session as well as the community and the content. I'm going to share the session code and the invite link. Hey, hi, Rao.
Hi Vijay, how are you doing?
Well, you're doing good. Welcome and glad to see you. And yeah, all the best for the session. And the stage is yours.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Vijay. Um, okay. All right. Very good afternoon, everyone. Um, I hope you all are doing good in these tough times of Corona. And yeah, I know like the cases are still rising in few of the countries, but it's our duty to take the necessary precautions and do well. And if get a chance, kindly get yourself and your family fully vaccinated so that we can enjoy our coming time in the near future. So, with this said, a warm welcome to Azure Community Conference 2021, India's largest Azure conference. Let's begin a session for the day. So, let me just quickly introduce myself to you all. My name is Raghav Jain. I'm a cloud security engineer at Panthar Technologies, primarily working on Microsoft Azure platform. And most of the security related services related to Azure, like Azure Sentinel, Arc, Defender for Endpoint, Cloud App Security, and etc., and many others. So Panthar Technologies is a company, small scale company, basically based out of Mohali on the outskirts of Chandigarh. Those who are not, those who don't know about the city of Mohali, it is just drive about or drive off about 5 hours from North Delhi. So yeah, it is a good city to live in, just on the outskirts of Chandigarh. So moving forward, session title for today's session is Securing Endpoint Devices Using Windows Defender Application Guard. So the session today will consist of uh, defining what is application guard at first place, and moving forward I'll be defining and explaining how the hardware isolation or the browser isolation works with respect to the application guard, what is the architecture that application guard is based upon, and that how the things go at the back end. Thus, next point we'll be discussing is what devices should use it. There are different types of devices, and during this time of Corona, where the employees and most of the people are working from home. There are different set of devices which comes into picture. Uh, Let it be, company owned, company managed domain joint devices, be it be personal devices, BYODs, wherein I bring a laptop of my own and company asks me to join it to their domain for a shorter duration of time. As the companies are not able to deliver the resources or hardware to the users, to their employees, so till that time they ask um, their employees to, if they have their laptop, to bring it for their to provide us the laptop for some time, and later when they have the laptop availability, or all things are good, the deliveries are okay to go with, so yeah, they can send the laptops at that time. Now, last but not the least, we'll be discussing how the application guard protects the end users. There are different methods, or you can say the major two are the browser and the application. What application guard helps to protect on end user devices. So we'll be discussing about that. And at last, I'll be showing you the demo, how the things work practically with a practical demonstration of application guard in a standalone mode. So there are basically two modes of deployment for the application guard, namely the standalone as well as the enterprise managed mode. So in the enterprise managed mode, the application guard is managed by either your company, or or a security team in your company, but it is done via the MDM portals or MDM managed tools. Which there are many MDM tools available for Microsoft. It is Microsoft Endpoint Manager, earlier known as Microsoft Intune. And standalone means I just have my own laptop and I want to protect myself from any external attacks or hackers, when I'm trying to access any URL or working on any office app, let's say. And I just enter a URL, and I don't want any external hackers to be just waiting for me to hit enter, to just hit that, to just browse that particular URL. And they can just use the unfair practices to either push a script or unfair practices to have access to my device. So I'll be showing you the practical demonstration of how this actually works. So at very first, what is application guard? So application guard is nothing but simply, in a simple terms, it is a Hyper-V based containerized isolation which runs on top of your host machine. Basically, the word container is very much clear here, that which says that okay, it shares the host operating system, but on top of that it runs various applications. So in with respect to application guard, today we'll be running primarily the Microsoft Edge, but yes, other applications and Office 365 apps can be saved, can be protected as well. Also, it is a native Microsoft application guard is a native Microsoft service provided uh, by the Microsoft, and it natively supports Microsoft Edge browser at first place. But that's not an issue. Like suppose if I want to use it for Google Chrome, Firefox, or any other third-party browser, I can just quickly go install the extension, and I'm good with that. Application guard will be up and running for those browsers as well. Then third, why application guard and what is it is, it prevents the users from the device attacks. So how it does that is, let's say I'm trying to access a URL on my normal Edge browser, and I don't know whether that URL is trusted or not. I'm just trying to access it. And on the back end, a hacker or any external attacks person is waiting for me to just access that particular URL, so that he can just push out his script or use his unfair practices to get access to my device. And as most of the people employees are working from home at during these days, so the attacks are largely made these days on at the device level rather than the network level, when the employees were working from their office locations. And so yeah, attackers are nowadays intelligent as well, and it's our duty to be one step forward from them. So yes, the it is quite essential that application guard should be enabled for the employees as well as for your own safety, and get prevented from any external or device attacks. The deployment modes, there are two deployment modes, the standalone and enterprise. The standalone works well with the Windows Professional, wherein you have your own device, own managed device, self-managed device, and you want to protect yourself, safeguard yourself from any external attacks. So that is when standalone mode comes into picture. So this is entirely based upon the user himself or herself using this application guard as a standalone mode. I'll just quickly go to the turning the Windows feature on and off. I have that Windows Defender application guard service over there. I need to check it. I need to just check that box, and yeah, Defender application guard would be up and running for me. Further, I can go and set it up and make the configuration changes by going to the local group policy editor, which definitely I'll be showing you in the demonstration ahead. So how does this application guard exactly works at a hardware level? So how how it isolates the browser or application for employees or the users from the local system or the local host device machine. So here we have a device hardware, let's say our own physical machine, and on top of that we are running a Microsoft hypervisor, a service provided by the Microsoft. And let's say I'm trying to access any Office application, Microsoft Edge browser, or any other app. So with respect to Microsoft Edge, let's suppose I'm trying to access the URL, and that URL is not in a trusted list of well-defined list of URLs. So what the application card will do for me is it will open a containerized session for me. It will open a containerized session with definitely a kernel on it with the required Windows platform services. And on top of that, my application, like let's say Microsoft Edge or Office, in this case, Microsoft Edge will run on top of that. So when I'm trying to access the URL, if it is trusted, it will open up on my normal hardware machine, on local machine. Rather, when the that particular URL is not in the trusted list of URLs, it will spin up and it will open up in a containerized environment on Microsoft Edge. And we can clearly see the difference between the two. And the containerized environment browser will have an application guard symbol, black color symbol, which you'll be more clear with when I'll show you the demonstration of. So yes, next, moving on to the next slide, how the application guard exactly works. So here is a very simple flow chart which explains how this application guard service, which is provided by Microsoft, works at first place. So we see here we have on the left side we have a host machine. On the right side we have a Defender application guard session. So the very first step is employee starts the Microsoft Edge and enters any URL on the browser. So what next filter would be, like if like that particular URL is in the trusted list, is in the allowed application list or not. If yes, then definitely the Microsoft Edge will render and open that particular browser session on the normal host machine of the user or the employee. Then there are the moving forward the simple steps. The employee can access the website, or you can close the tab and just done with his or her task. But in case if the URL is not in the trusted list of URLs, or is not in the allowed list, so in that case Microsoft Edge will be rendered, but it will spin up in a containerized session. It will isolate itself from a host machine, so that if any external attacks are to be made on that particular URL, that can be done only on within that containerized environment only, so that the external hacker won't have access to the host machine of an employee or the user. So in that case, definitely the application guard will spin up in a containerized environment, and later the user or employee can access the website, and okay, if he or she is done with the task, he can just exit the tabs and it will be done. And this will be the repeatable procedure for again and again. Moving forward to the next slide. So what devices should use this service, should use application card? The very first ones are the enterprise desktop and the laptops. So these are the devices which are provided by the company, either in the office or the laptop for the work from home purposes. So these laptops or the desktops are primarily uh, joined to the company domain and have a set of rules, restrictions, and policies applied to them. So yes, the company security team maintains a set of list of URLs which they want for their employees to run on a normal browser, and the restricted set of URLs as well, which they want their employees to not access at any point of time. Second type of devices are being your own device, BYODs. Definitely, if I have my own laptop and I am joining a new company, And definitely the company requires me to join my laptop to their domain for at least for a even for a shorter period of time, so that I don't use, or definitely the company has very important data. They don't want that to be leaked or shared with anyone. So yes, I'll be required to join my laptop with their domains, and will have their set of rules, instructions, and policies applied to my laptop, and which will indeed protect my laptop from any external attacks, provided the necessary secured policy and policy and set of rules are applied from the back end from the company. The third one is the personal device, my own device, which I don't have joined to any of the domain, any company, and I want my personal device to be secured enough when I try to access an URL or open any application, to be secured enough so that I don't get attacked. I don't become a source of attack by any external hacker. So yes, this is when personal device comes into picture, and these personal devices are used only for the standalone deployment of application guard, as a user or employee needs to deploy on his or her own for their own safety. So yes, personal devices comes into picture for the standalone deployment, for the standalone modes of deployment, basically. Next, moving forward, how does it protect end users? How does the application guard protect the end users? So yes, the very first, it protects devices from any data exfiltration processes, publications, and again, browser vulnerabilities. S- Second, reducing attacks of malware and viruses. Suppose, let's say, I'm trying to access any URL, and the external hacker tries to was waiting for me to access that URL, and boom, when I just hit enter after entering that URL, he just pushed all the malware and viruses on my device. And yeah, so it application guard reduces this risk of attack, basically. Third, it definitely opens up the session in a containerized environment, thus protecting the users from many external attacks, which is a very secured way of protecting users or employees. And now I'll be showing you the demonstration in which I'll be setting it up and configuration and doing the configuration. Also, I'll be showing you the client-side troubleshooting. This application guard has its own diagnostics page, which for the user and the employee, easy to wherein the user or employee can easily see whether the service this application guard is enabled for them or not, or the containerized environment is up and running, whether the system is meeting the system requirements quite enough or not. So yes, we'll be seeing that. But before that, let's just read the prerequisites for the application guard to be running well and smooth on the devices. So the very first system requirement is you should either have Windows 10, 18, or 9 version or higher, enterprise or professional. Enterprise for the enterprise managed mode, wherein the application guard is being managed by the employees or managed by the organization or the security team, wherein by using the MDM tools, wherein the laptops or the devices are company joined, domain joined, basically. And second one is the professional, wherein you want to deploy the application guard service for your own use, for your own protection, and it is completely different from the enterprise managed mode, as it is at first place managed by user or employee itself. So I can just quickly go ahead and turn on this feature and configure it. So I'll have my um, application guard up and running for me if I have my Windows 10 professional or enterprise, if not joined with the company domain. Second system requirement is we must have a 64-bit computer, 64-bit architecture computer with at least minimum of 4 cores. So let's say I don't have this specific set of requirements, 4-core CPU, or let's say I have don't have a 64-bit computer. So yes, definitely it won't be compatible, and I won't be able to run the application guard on top of that. But this case is different when I have this set of rules or this set of requirements, and I want to run the application guard, test it at first place in the virtual machine, in the hypervisor virtual machine. So I can just quickly go ahead and spin up a virtual machine, either Windows 10, 18, or 9, or a higher enterprise or professional, and I can test it on the virtualized environment, provided that the nested virtualization is enabled on the host machine. So there is one PowerShell command to enable that nested virtualization for the cases where you want to run the virtual machines on your for the cases where you want to run application guard on your virtual machines. So yes, so further on the virtual machine, you would require the Hyper-V service and the Windows Defender Application Guard feature to be turned on, and that will, in some cases, you will see that either of the service would be grayed out, and that is entirely because the Defend Application Guard service um, or the Hyper-V does not meet the specific requirement. But yes, if we have the 4 cores at least on our host machine, we can definitely go ahead and run that on a virtualized environment. Third, it requires an 8 GB of RAM. So yes, that is very important. At first when I was uh, trying to deploy the application guard, run this service on a virtual machine, so I assigned my virtual machine, around 4.5 GB of RAM. And in the initial stage when I was the first time, and when I was first for the first time using the application guard service, so I assigned 4.5 GB RAM to my virtual machine, and 2 cores basically to the virtual machine, which we normally do, right? So later I found that okay, the services are grayed out. I troubleshooted the issue and found that okay, I'm assigning 4.5 GB RAM to my virtual machine. It required the system requirements are 8 GB of RAM. So yes, that was a major concern. But yes, you should keep these points in mind when you are trying to access or run this service, application guard service, on the virtualized environment. Let's say virtual machines on either like either hypervisor, Microsoft hypervisor virtual machine, or Oracle box. But yes, the system requirements are must and needs to be taken care of. At last, it requires at least 5 GB of free hard disk space. The normal hard disk, like the preferred hard disk is SSDs, as it will spin up quite faster as compared to HDDs. But also SDDs can be used here. But the only noticeable difference the users would see in this case would be that whenever we are trying to enter an URL and application guard browser loads up, so it will take around it'll be a bit laggy if we are using SDD as compared to SSD, definitely, which spins up much quicker as compared to HDD. So yes, let's say if I'm trying to access any URL, and I have an SSD on my machine configured. So the application guard browser would spin up, let's say, in around 2 to 3 seconds. But in case I have HDDs on my local machine configured and set up, in that case, the application guard browser will take around um, near about 6 to 7 seconds to spin up a browser session for me. So moving forward, uh, I'll be demonstrating the session how application guard is enabled as a service and how you can enable it for your devices. So we'll be doing this today as a standalone mode. I was planning to do it as an enterprise mode, but due to my PC just hit any unforced due to unforeseen reason I could not do that. But yes, I had it set it up for you in the endpoint manager. But yes, it is just showing not it is giving and throwing an error. So yes, I'll be showing you how to deploy it on a standalone mode. Okay, so I have this uh, Windows 10 Enterprise machine running on Microsoft Hypervisor service provided by Microsoft. I hope you all can see my screen. Um, okay, yes, so I'll be just maximizing my screen now. Okay, so very first thing is if you want to deploy it on a standalone mode, you have to just enter turn on Windows feature. Oops. And it will show me the set of features provided by the Microsoft. It depends. The feature depends upon the Windows Enterprise, Professional, or any or other versions. There may be few less or more features dependent upon the version or the Windows you are using. So here we can see that I have already set up and configured it for you know the demonstration purposes, that it takes time, and again I had to restart my device to set it up and run it smoothly. So I had done that already, but I can show you here that okay, when you open it at first place, you'll see this checkbox blank, and this one as well at first place. So yes, Hyper-V is also a prerequisite, we can say, is a requirement, we can say, to run the Defender application guard, because definitely it needs to contain a containerized environment. Application guards needs to contain, create a containerized environment, and it will do that only when we have this Hyper-V server turned on. So the very first step would be to enable both these services at first place. Then the configuration comes into picture. What we can do is we can go to local group policies, gpedit.msc. If we run that, we'll have the local policy editor session. So under that, computer configuration, we'll go to administrative templates, Windows components. We'll be expanding Windows components. And here we can see Microsoft Defender Application Guard Service. We'll click this service, and at first place we have a setting to turn on the Microsoft Defender Application Guard in managed mode. So in managed mode basically means we want to manage, Defender Application Guard for our own purposes. So yes, it is enabled, as I have already done that prior to this joining this session. And after I double click that particular setting, I can see that okay, there are a set of configurations that I can do for it to be enabled and run. So we have this four options, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So first one is disable Microsoft Defender Application Guard. This was by default. This is by default disabled, and I want to enable it right now for my purpose, for my use. So the first one is, if I select one, if I enter here one, it will do is it will enable Microsoft Defender Application Guard for Edge browser only, wherein it will protect me from uh, you know uh, browser attacks. Second one is enable Microsoft Defender Application Guard for isolated Windows environment only, wherein it will isolate all the applications, Windows applications, Office 365 applications for me. The third one is enable Defender Application Guard for Microsoft Edge and isolated Windows environment wherein it will run application guard service both for browser as well as the Windows environments. So for the demonstration purpose, I have entered it only one, as I'll be showing you only for the browser. But yes, it can be done for the Office 365 apps as well as the other apps too. So I'll just click OK, and we can see the state is now enabled. But how does it know that what list or set of URLs or network boundaries does it need to protect for the end users or for the employees? So there is a network boundary which we can define, and we can, if I'll just quickly show you, um, under administrative templates we have network. So under that I have this network isolation where I have the set of configurations where I can define my URL or a list of URLs which needs to be trusted, or I can just not define the URLs which I don't trust. But yes, if I we can see okay, I think it is hanged for me. Okay, it is working. So we can see the setting here, enterprise resource domains hosted in the cloud. If I just quickly double click at this setting, and it definitely it is disabled by default, not configured by default. I enable it, and I need to enter a set of URLs uh, over here under the enterprise cloud resources text box. I need to enter the list of URLs, and if I want to add more URLs, I'll just add a pipe and keep on adding the URLs, but at a moment I have kept it to 2 for the demonstration purposes only. So I can see that okay, I have protected here Microsoft.com as well as Google.com URLs. So I know that these both URLs are completely safe, and I can access those URLs on my local host machine, host browser itself. It doesn't require application guard to spin up all the time, because there'll be a productivity issue. Definitely there'll be a productivity issue, but at a very um, at a very small level. So let's suppose, okay, I know this Microsoft.com and Google.com are the most trusted URLs I can trust. So why I want these URLs to open up or spin up on an application guard browser? uh, yes, if even though if I have SSDs, it will take around 3 to 4 seconds, but why to waste my 3 to 4 seconds if I know the URLs are trusted? uh, yes, rather, if they are not, I need to wait for 3 to 4 seconds for the application guard container browser session to spin up and open that URL for me. So yes, Microsoft and Google are completely safe, trusted, and I can trust them, and I'll click OK. So application guard service is enabled at first place. We can cross check. Okay, turn on Microsoft Defender application guard, state is enabled. All right, next, at least it okay, one more point. The application guard at least requires one network boundary, for it to run successfully. So yes, it is important to define at least one network boundary for application guard to run very smoothly. And if we quickly check, cross check enterprise domains, we are hosted. Also, like I'm entering here the direct URLs, we can also enter here the cloud resource URLs, like the SharePoint URLs for the team sites, or the teams.microsoft.com, or Power BI URLs, etc. So they'll be opening up on the normal browser itself. All right. So yes, it is a list of set defined URLs which we need to define, so that at least the trusted URLs can be opened up on the normal browser itself, so that there won't be any productivity loss. The main concern is that for the users and the employees. So okay, we have cross-checked that. Now, so I had this, I tested it before the session, and you can see the difference. This one is the Defender application guard browser, which have, I don't know if you can see clearly or not, this has this black colored symbol, application guard symbol basically on top of it, and whereas our normal browser don't have that. So what I'll do is I'll open this at first place. Um, um, okay, okay. So this is my normal browser for the moment. I'm closing the application guard browser and all the tabs within that. All right. So this is my local, host machine browser. You can see without the application guard symbol. I'm quickly trying to access Microsoft.com. See, so yes, it just loaded the Microsoft.com page for me on the normal browser itself. On the normal browser itself, but similar is the case if I try to access google.com. It should open the google.com as well here for me, because these two are the trusted list of URLs which I've entered on the list. What just happened? Okay. Because these two are the trusted list of URLs which I entered on the trusted set list of URLs. So yes, these two will render for me on the normal browser itself. But but third is the case if I try to access facebook.com. Boom, it is not rendering in this Microsoft Edge browser. It rendered, it is opening the Defender application guard. So yes, it is a virtualized environment. It is taking extra couple of seconds, but yes, it should be up and running. Also, the okay, it is taking a bit of time because it is running on a virtualized environment, and I kept this machine running since morning. I haven't touched it since then. Okay, we have the application guard browser up and running, and it should by itself open facebook.com URL for me. Loading. Okay, it is loading yet. Okay, I have a slow internet, it seems. Okay, so yeah, we can see that the facebook.com is rendered on the application guard browser. Okay, it is hang for me. I don't know why. Um, Definitely it is running on a virtual machine, and on top of that I have HDD. So yes, it will be quite laggy or slow. So yes, because of that, I assigned the hard disk space from my HDD rather than from my SSD, as I'm running short from that. So yes, we can see that the facebook.com rendered on a normal application guard browser, and yes, we are good to go here. With we can see that the if I quickly open the registry editor and the network isolation, where it is gone, network isolation, and open the trusted list of URLs, I can see that okay, I have only defined Microsoft Google, and those both are rendering perfectly for me on the normal local browser. This is Microsoft, this is Google. But apart from them, if I enter any other URL, let's suppose I entered facebook.com earlier, and if I now try to access Instagram, maybe okay, maybe LinkedIn, that will be more professional in this case, linkedin.com. Boom, again, it is not rendering on the normal browser. It will spin up on the application guard browser alongside a new tab with the facebook.com. And we can see the linkedin.com up and running. Uh, yes, there you go. We have the linkedin.com on the application guard containerized um, Microsoft Edge browser. So yes, this I demonstrated only for the Microsoft Edge browser, but I hope and I know that most of you might be thinking that what if we are using the Google Chrome or any other browser, any other third-party browser. So yes, Microsoft has a solution for that. For third-party applications, we can just quickly go and install the extensions on those browsers, and we'll be able to see this application guard icon on the browsers. And yes, those browsers will behave in a similar manner the way the application guard for my normal Edge browser is showing up at the moment. So to install the extension, you know by from an enterprise, either it can be done from from any MDM portal, wherein the security team or the admin can just push on the extension. They need to make some registry changes for the particular browser, and the extension can be installed very silently at the backend. So yes, that can be done, but that entirely depends upon the requirements from an organization or or an employee perspective as well. So that there won't be any productivity loss. uh, and definitely, yes, if I'm configuring it for all three, like for Microsoft Edge, Microsoft Edge browser, Google Chrome browser, or let's say any other browser, definitely it will take more time to spin that particular session for us, and that will be a productivity loss. So yes, the best practice would be in this case to, if you're using Microsoft service, to just keep it simple from Microsoft Edge browser only at the moment, and keep it running for your environment. So yes, with this set, I think I am good enough to demonstrate how the application guard works for the employees as well as for a standalone users. Okay, but yes, I also want to show you how this can be achieved as an enterprise managed mode. So I have this Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center with me. So if I want to enable application guard service, I can just quickly go to endpoint security, and you'll see the it's very similar configurations here as well, which we saw in the local group policy editor, in the virtualized environment I showed you just a few moments ago. If we just quickly go to attack surface reduction, managed service, I'll go to create policy. I've created one earlier, but I want to for the demonstration, I will be creating again. I'll be selecting a profile, app and browser isolation. So this will be isolating my application browser from my local machine. If I click create, and I'm giving it a useful name, um, okay, it is showing up my name, that Windows Defender application, uh, and I want to, we want to give a description so that we don't forget, what policy, for what purpose we have created this policy. Um, Okay, I am leaving the blank for this at the moment, but yes, definitely you can enter it. If I just hit next, I'll have a set of configurations in front of me. So first one is turn on application guard. I From the drop down, I can select three options: enable for Edge. This will enable only for Edge, for isolated Windows environment only, for both for Edge and the isolated environment. So the viewers who are seeing, like, they'll be familiar what I showed in the local group policy as well. So these three options were available. Option 0, 1, 2, 3. Option 0 was definitely for disabled. Option 1, 2, 3. So yeah, the experience was and is very similar. I'll enter enable if only for Edge. I'll just enter enable for Edge, and the clipboard behavior. So this is when I want to allow the text, or the content, to be copied and pasted from either from the browser to PC, from that particular application browser session to PC to that particular browser session. I can select any of the configurations from here. But for the moment, it is recommended that okay, we should select from PC to browser only, because in that browser we don't know whether we are accessing, because mostly we'll be accessing untrusted URLs. So yes, we only want to copy and paste the content from a PC to browser, so that will be more safe. Alarm camera in Microsoft Access, that entirely depends upon the requirements the company or the organization wants to enable it or not. Collect logs, we can enable yes, and okay, that will do for us. But at the moment, I'm leaving all these things blank just to show you how it works. And coming on to the very important part, the network isolation policy or the network boundary, we have the option to configure it here. If I toggle it down to configure, now we can see that there are multiple options to configure network boundary. Yes, they are there on the local group policy as well. On that particular settings, we had that different set of settings or rules. You can define in those in a very similar way. So here, the very first option is IP range. We can define, any IP range for which we want this application browser. This for example, I'm accessing this from a particular IP address. I don't want all the sessions to be redirected to the application guard browser. So I'll need to enter that IP range over here. Then the cloud resources, again, the cloud services or the cloud application provided by the Microsoft, let's say the SharePoint, Power BI, Teams. So those URLs will be coming over here. Network domains, local network domains, if we have any, contoso.com or very similar. Proxy servers, if we have a proxy server in between, so we can define that too as well over here. Internal proxy servers, again the same. Neutral resources, any other list of URLs which we want to define, like the similar way in the Microsoft, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, and many others. So yes, we can define that one over here. If I just quickly show you, .microsoft.com. Next, now I need to assign to the users. I don't have a group created at the moment because this is a test environment. So at the moment, I'll be assigning it to all the users and create this policy, and it will be created for me. This was the earlier policy I created. Now I have this second policy configured for me. So yes, it requires the device to be enrolled in the endpoint manager, and yes, it will be a success, and it will do all the required set of configurations, and the user or the employee would be able to run this service securely on their sessions. Now I want to show you the um, self-diagnostic page. If I can just quickly show you, if I remember the you know, the path, edge, application guard, internal, utilities. Okay, it is showing up for me. Application guard, internals, hashtag, utilities. Okay, so here we can see like we will be very clear. The user and the employee would be very clear. Okay, like what is the status of the application guard on the machine? So I can just quickly go to the status tab, and application guard status enabled colon yes. So it is enabled for me at the moment. If I click this disable button, I have it over here. It will just disable the application guard for me. Context host, definitely yes. And if I go to the host tab, I can see the container status. It is running, and it just provides a set of ID, which if we refresh, we can, if it is not showing up here, we can refresh and it will show up here. Service status is running for me, yes. And the important part here is the machine capabilities. Okay, I have scrolled it down to the very bottom, right? So Windows 10, the version, the value is true. Okay, the status is take. RAM is 8 GB. All right. Free GB, I have 27 GB of free space, so it is more than 5 GB. So that is quite enough. Take again. CPU cores 4. All right. that meets the requirements. Virtualization is supported. True. All right. This is also ticked as well. So we are good over here. And then if we go to utilities and I want to check whether I have the URL trusted or not for me for the application guard session, so I can just enter microsoft.com. So this is the URL which I entered in a trusted list of URLs. So it should, if I click this check button, it should show me trusted. So let's just try it out, check it out. All right, it is showing me trusted. We can see trusted showing up over here. Similarly, if I try it for google.com, showing trusted as well. But if I try it for linkedin.com, it showed untrusted because I haven't defined linkedin.com in my set trusted list of URLs. So yes, that is what allows a user or employee to be to basically self-diagnose the basic issues, or to see, okay, if they have the uh, like let's say google.com in the trusted URLs and it is spinning up on a application guard browser, they can quickly come here and check, okay, if it is configured correctly or not. Maybe there may be an issue of maybe the this full stop asterisk uh, while entering the trusted list of URLs. It may be because of that. That can be troubleshooted quite easily, or we can just edit that list of URLs. And if we have the logs enabled, which I enabled on my in this standalone mode, we can see the URLs, or the details when the particular URL was hit, and what are the logs being generated. So yes, that is all what this application guard does for us. And this was the self-diagnostic page and the demonstration we did. And yes, that is it for the from the demonstration purposes. And for to study more, like I have, like, definitely Microsoft has the well prepared set of documentation which you can spend some time and read, so you'll be more clear about what application guard is, and what would be the future aspects, how the companies are adapting to it, and how it can be implemented at a large scale and very easily. Then the second URL consists of Windows 10, all things about application guard. So it is a great article, I can say, written on a tech community page, which explains very briefly about the application guard service. So yes, you can try these resources. So yes, I'm very well done with my session at the moment, and I'm up for any Q&As available. Uh, Please go ahead if you have any Q&As available. I'll be looking onto my screen there. Okay. Um, I'm not very sure where I'll be getting the Q&As.
So we will wait for a couple of minutes, Raghav, and we will go
Okay.
for a Q&A.
Yeah, sure, sure. Um, all right, in the time we have a Q&A, like if the viewers have any feedback for me, or they find something missing, or something I did, or provided an input useful, they can just quickly go ahead and comment on the comment section. And yeah, we'll be ready with the Q&As very shortly.
Yeah, sure, Raghav. Thank you so much for your wonderful session. And so I shared the feedback in the chat window. You can give a feedback regarding the speaker as well as the session in the feedback URL, and you have to submit the session code, and I updated the session code also. Thank you for joining the session with Raghav. Thank you, Raghav.
Mhm. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vijay.
Yeah.
name is Dmitry Vinnik, and I'm a developer advocate on the Facebook open source team. Today I'll talk about stress-driven development and how to avoid it. So let's go. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Stress-driven development. But first, what do I do exactly? A bit about myself. As I mentioned, I'm an open source developer advocate, which means I'm working with the Facebook open source team, where we are working towards empowering diverse community through open source technology. We have a vast portfolio of open source projects, blog, podcast, and YouTube videos that you can find on our website, opensource.fb.com. So I'm in particular focusing on the mobile pillar, mobile area, projects like React Native, Litho, where it actually helps you to build UI frameworks with Android, Fresco, and Flipper. So many other projects under the mobile area. And more importantly, I'm passionate about open source, and that's why I am, like to present here at this conference. But, enough about myself. Let's talk about the goals for today's presentation. So the goals are fairly simple. It's to better understand stress, what are the ways to deal with stress, and how to move forward. Of course, I can give you lots of practices and ideas, and again, there's going to be a lot of them here, but the more important is to figure out what works for you. Let's look at the stress a bit more. Why should we talk about it? Let's look externally, because it helps us to give a perspective. This is quite an old story from 2004, where at Electronic Arts, someone who was a spouse of an employee mentioned that it was quite tiresome and overwhelming because the person was focused on work way too much. Another example is from 2010 by a Rockstar employee, where again, they overworked their developers, and so people really had a hard time dealing with stress, dealing with anxiety. And a fairly recent one from 2018, someone at Telltale mentioned, and I really like this idea, that really doesn't matter what the work tells you, the sleepless nights, the long hours, they ultimately don't pay off most of the time. It's all about you and your health. So there are lots of cases externally, but let's look internally. What about your colleagues, about your family, and about you? Just to share my own story, to kind of create a connection between us here. In the fall 2015, I've overworked myself to the point where I felt something was off one evening. And at the time I was working full-time, I was studying full-time. Again, it was quite overwhelming. And I ultimately ended up in emergency with a massive panic attack because I just didn't know what was happening. Half of my body went numb. And this unwanted experience, obviously I didn't want to have that, was extremely beneficial for me because I did reevaluate my life after that. It became a motivator, and people do need motivators. So for some motivators like fear of death can be a big one. For some, it's the idea of purpose, finding a bigger purpose than yourself. A religion, or just the feeling of community, people that you're working with, people that you are, hanging out with. It really can drive you. For me, for instance, I started taking care of my health when I went on jogs with some colleagues of mine, and it was really beneficial for me, and it was a great motivator to keep doing it. It's great. I mean, we found our motivator. I hope you did find yours. And so what do we do now? First is to identify the problem. You can't deal with the problem unless you know exactly what it is. And it's important to understand, is all stress bad? No. Stress, the nature is smart. There wouldn't be a reason for stress if there wasn't, a reason for it. And the purposes of stress, this common phrase, fight or flight response, let's imagine that way back, you were running through the woods, hunting your dinner, and you encountered puma. You would either have to fight it or you have to flee. And so the stress, the way your body responds to it, how it helped you, to have a lack of sleep while you were chasing food or running away from it, or you were able to endure hunger for longer while hunting or doing something. So there was a reason for stress, because our body was designed to deal with it to some extent. Because if stress makes sense, why do we feel so bad? Because there are different types of stress. There is a short-term stress and there is a long-term stress, and we have to get rid of long-term as much as possible. It's fine not to sleep 1 or 2 nights while preparing for the exam, but if you're continuously losing sleep, not having just sleepless nights, it will eventually lead to some health issues. And what's the conclusion? We have to incorporate short-term stress in our life, but we need to try to eliminate long-term stress as much as possible. It's easy to say, but it's actually hard to do. And there is a good old trick: divide and conquer. Divide your problem into small pieces and try to deal with them one by one. And so usually people would call it grounds for stress. So areas where you can get stressed out is sleep, nutrition, what you eat, fitness, and work. But let's be more positive and call it grounds for anti-stress, because if you already have stress in those areas, or it's just places where you can improve, let's approach this problem with that mindset. So let's look at the sleep first. So we sleep. Why we sleep? I mean, some people do need reasons to sleep. One is that it's really been proven that if you sleep more, you have fewer chances to get depressed, or at least it will help you to deal with it a lot better. There are some major illnesses that can be caused by lack of sleep. It does improve your creativity. That's why there is a common saying in many cultures is that sleep on the problem. Instead of dealing with it before going to bed, try to deal with it in the morning with a fresh head. And it actually does improve your memory as well, proper sleep. If you still need convincing, there's a great book by Matthew Walker, Why We Sleep. There's also audio version if you prefer that. And it's all great and all, but while we know why we need to sleep, how do we sleep properly? How do we make sure that our sleep is healthy? And the path to healthy sleep is a long one. You need to deal with light and noise pollution, controlling noise and light around you. Make sure your room is properly, made for it. Control your environment. You need to try and thrive for 8 hours. Most people do. Uninterrupted sleep, but I'm a new parent. It is definitely tricky. And just have a constant wake type. Have a regime for yourself, routine, so you know what time you wake up and what you are dealing with in the morning. That's how I used to fly, and for the long, flights, I would basically make sure that I don't hear anything in these headphones. I have my eyes covered, so I was prepared quite extensively. And so there is also a great book on how to sleep well by Nick Littlehales. And he's a lead sports sleep coach, and he knows his stuff, basically. And I highly recommend this book. In terms of nutrition, you are what you eat, as they say. Again, it's a common saying, and there's even a person who actually said that. But general nutrition ideas, I'm obviously not a nutritionist, so I can't give you advice, but I can say just general ideas that help me. Diets generally don't work. There is a yo-yo diet approach for the most part. You lose weight, you gain weight. You lose almost like a yo-yo toy. So diets are tricky. Instead, try to experiment with food. Figure out what works for you. Everyone is different. Try to maybe eat less meat, or eat more meat, or maybe eat only vegetables. Don't eat carbs. Try to experiment, but obviously talk to your doctor. Overall, what I've tried to do is minimize the amount of sugars and increase the amount of greens. Fairly simple things that you might have heard before, but it really it does wonders to you. But the key to food control for me personally was intermittent fasting. What it does is basically 16-8 model. In other words, it's you basically only eat in a certain window of time between 12, let's say, and 8 p.m. And so you basically fast or don't eat in between. It might sound silly and simple, but actually life-changing, because you start feeling not stuffed with food as much. You actually eat when you are hungry, and you are hungry after, especially at the beginning. There are quite a few studies right now about longevity benefits of intermittent fasting. And there are some podcasts that cover it. Ben Greenfield does talk about it extensively, Model Health Show and the Human Optimization Hour. These podcasts cover this topic quite extensively. And so you might have heard about that before. I know it all sounds easy, but in reality, it's difficult to practice these habits. Habits is what drives us. It drives our daily routines. And there is the same rule for all habits. Doesn't matter if you're trying to change your diet, trying to change what you do, it's all the same approach. It's what we call habits loop. Habits loop follows the same 3 simple steps. There is a cue, basically what causes the idea, that causes the action of some sort. Then there is the routine, the actual process, the actual thing, and there is a reward. A common thing, for instance, if it's in the book that I've read about this topic, a lady had experienced, she was biting her nails extensively, like it was a quite harsh one, aggressively, I would say. And the doctor identified that her cue, or basically trigger, was she felt pressure in her nails, in her fingers. Routine, biting, and reward, pressure wasn't there anymore. Instead, what they done with the doctor is that they kept the trigger, pressure, and kept the routine, removed the pressure, and instead she just sat on her fingers, sat on her arms, she put under herself. And so that way she replaced the routine, she changed it, but she was able to keep the cue and reward. Don't fight with yourselves. You have to be working with your nature. And so, it might seem a lot of things that I've already covered. I basically try to change the diets and the sleep of people, and it's a lot of things. The way to deal with everything really is to start your day right. It's those keystone habits that they have a trickle effect. If you stick to it, they will change your behavior. If you start your day by running in the morning, for instance, or you actually brush your teeth, did those small things, small wins that set your day right. Basically, it has this ripple effect. And there's an awesome book about this power of habit by Charles Duhigg. Again, I've talked about big things, sleep and nutrition, but let's look at fitness. And when we talk fitness, we can't just talk about physical. We have to talk about mental as well. So let's again start with something more basic and look at the physical fitness. Physical fitness, again, you have to keep in mind this idea of keystone habits helps a lot. Have variation, if you have a standing desk, sometimes stand, sometimes sit, sometimes use the fitness ball. Have these different types of activity in your daily routine. Again, have some integration. Some people started doing these treadmill desks. Maybe have that if you actually spend a lot of time in front of your desk. And have flexibility. Don't just stick to the same regime all the time. Try to change it. Don't do arms every day in the gym. Do legs sometimes. So basically, interchange that. As I said, fitness, again, the same habits. You need to identify triggers and establish reward. If you are, went for a jog for 30 minutes and then you eat a cake, maybe not the best way to deal with the reward and the trigger loop, but maybe have something proper. Maybe have a coffee or do stuff with a tea, or actually spend time with your family. Do something of that sort. Then another thing is establish those goals and find a community. It's much easier to run with people that that share the same goals, have the same ability. So find that community and work with them. It helps a lot. Gamify your routine, your fitness. Strava is a great app. My Zone Tracker, where different variables help people with their fitness routines. In terms of variations, as I said before, acute stress is actually quite good. Acute stress meaning something like short term, like sauna, can be extremely beneficial. Different cardio types, sometimes you jog, sometimes you go for a swing. Try to, vary that. And different focus. Sometimes, again, it's cardio, sometimes it's not. Incorporate yoga. Yoga is extremely useful. If it comes to integration, as I said before, there is active commute when we used to have commute. Some people now do again. Maybe bike to work. Mark it in a calendar. If you have meetings back to back, have a meeting for proper lunch, for proper fitness, going to gym or go for a run. Have that in your calendar, work calendar. You have different desk types, as I said, standing desk or sitting. Try to change that up. And lastly, have that boredom plan. Usually we snack on food that is not good for us if we get bored. You start biting something. Maybe have a healthy snacks nearby, or go and do something while you're bored. And we do get bored. We're human. And again, have flexibility, as I said. Morning routine, can do different things. If you travel, I always work out because, again, keeps my immune system up to standard that I have, and it keeps me healthy overall. Body weight exercise, you don't need to have a gym to actually exercise for the most part. And if you go to sightsee, maybe don't take a car, just go around this city and do the sightseeing. So physical is a big part of our fitness, but mental is not any less important. Mental fitness, or mindfulness as some people would call it, it's about really clearing your mind, controlling your emotions, embracing solitude, and incorporating meditation. And in terms of clearing your mind, we have today information overload. So many different things to deal with, so many messages to reply. It's just too much. You have to try to avoid that, remove that as much as possible. You always have this information dump thrown at you. Have one source of truth. Don't maybe figure out some a curated list of news that you watch. Don't try to watch all the news out there. Have a single focus. Multitasking does not work for people. And there's this great book that helps you to deal with these different areas and channels of information that are thrown at you. Try to control your emotions, as I said. There's this, a post from Jeremy Ashkenazi where he's an important figure in the open source. He's done a lot. He created many things like CoffeeScript, and he basically shared his experience in just enjoying the sun, jumping in the water. And someone was extremely rude, I would say, where they brought up this, what they've created to this photo of someone just enjoying the sun. Focus on the positive instead. There is never a reason to be rude. Art of unsent letters. If you get angry with someone, and we do get angry, don't send your reply right away. Write a couple of iterations of that message and delete them. Don't send them. And only send them after maybe fifth iteration or something like that. Don't always focus on the improvement when we're done with a project. Don't just say, how do we improve it for the future? Instead, actually talk about what went extremely well and celebrate that. Give proactive feedback. Usually we give feedback when something goes wrong. Really, if you see someone is really doing a great job, tell them. They will appreciate it. They will actually most likely remember it for their entire life. I still do from when I just started in the IT. And there are some talks that I recommend in this area, like Brad Cannon on kindness. And there is a Changelog podcast with him about this area, kindness in the open source. Controlling emotions. You have to embrace solitude. You have to be content with yourself. Otherwise, you always feel like it's never enough. So having those quiet moments with yourself, I found flow therapy extremely powerful. It helps you to be again. There are no senses. It's basically no light, no sound, just floating in the salt water. Extremely beneficial because it helps you to learn about yourself and have clear judgments, whether it's about your life or about your work. Find your way to experience spending time with yourself. And last but not least, meditation. Different ways to meditate: guided, unguided, active meditation. It doesn't matter what you do. It's about consistency. Just going for a run for half an hour with maybe no distractions, it's actually a way to meditate. So you might be already doing it. And if you need help starting, there are many apps like Headspace, Relax Meditation, or Calm. They really help to get you started in this area. And if you're skeptical of meditation, like I was initially, there's a awesome book by Dan Harris on 10% Happier, how to actually dealt with meditation and how he found peace with himself. And with that, let's move to the work as the biggest pillar of potential stress. Main sources of stress that we have at work. It's office environment, at least as we used to have it, and we still do at home even. It's the communication. Miscommunications usually lead to complicated situations, distractions at work, and project planning. So office environments, whether it's home office or real office, if it's open area, basically, if you're in your living room and just walking by, you can't really concentrate. That can be extremely difficult to control. Some people have office perks where they go to the office all the time. Most of the time it's office bribes. They would keep you there forever and you can't actually do the real work at the end of the day. So fortunately, for some, remote work has been a big game changer for that. That's why when I used to fly a lot, I found myself that I've done the most amount of work on a plane where there is no Wi-Fi. At least I didn't have Wi-Fi. And remember, most importantly, work is just work. There's always going to be stuff you can do that one day, extra hour. But reality, work is just work. And there is a decent book about remote work by the Jason Fried. And I think now it's very valuable. So in terms of communications, it's not about really synchronous communication. I strongly believe in the synchronous communication. You don't need to talk and jump on a call every time someone needs something. You can use a chat for that. It's not about the reach time. You shouldn't be like anxious that someone is pinging you and you should reply within a second. No, it's about response time. I usually have a rule like I try to respond within a day if someone pings me on a Slack or elsewhere. So keep that in mind, but more importantly, set those expectations. Don't just assume them. If you do have this rule of I'll respond within a day, tell them. And maybe have names to faces. It's very easy to talk to an egg, or if you talk about Twitter, or just a faceless avatar, especially now because we're working remotely, many of us have the maybe camera on sometimes or have a real photo. People feel just instinctively much better when they interact with one another as humans. And distractions, another source of work stress. Mobile devices, that's a big one. Noise control, setting boundaries, and getting into the zone. So let's look at mobile devices. Before I used to have a phone similar to this. I would have lots of notifications. It would be distracting. Now I have a phone that just have a full control of what I have. Everything is organized, no notifications. Really arrange your apps, especially the ones you often open, like I do email. I move it to the last screen so I don't tempt to open it all the time. Disable those notifications. Do not disturb mode all the time unless it's a family calling. And more importantly, put your phone away. If you put your phone away more than an arm length, there's actually a real thing that you would not be picking up as often because you'll be lazy to do that. Noise control. Meaningless noise is actually helpful. The reason why we go to the coffee shop sometimes to work is because we like this chatter on the background. Sound support. Things like Brain FM or Spotify or My Noise, some white noise machine, setting up that background noise. Noise cancellation with earplugs, earmuffs, or noise canceling headphones can be a big game changer for folks. And have library rules. Keep quiet while you're working, or at least make sure people are quiet around you. They should, before calling you, ping you or send you a message. Establish those office hours, especially if you are a common expert in the area that people keep asking you questions about. Have an office hours once a week that people can come and talk to you about those areas and discuss these rules. Don't just assume them. And lastly is the project planning. It's this idea of low-hanging fruits. There are no low-hanging fruits. The reason why nobody has done them yet is because they are not that easy, even though it seems like it's an easy pickup. Dog fooding, basically doing the things that using the things that you are working on, can be a big game changer for you and not being as anxious about. Parkinson's law, meaning that the work really fills the time that allocated to the project. If you keep trying to increase your deadline, you most likely will have the scope creep, as they say, or more and more features coming in. So project planning can be extremely stressful. And lastly is the idea of Conway's law, meaning that if you're disorganized as organization, your project's probably going to be disorganized. So if you constantly having issues with your projects, maybe there is something more going on than just your work. So think about that. And there's another book that it doesn't have to be crazy at work that actually helped me to view work differently. And so with that, we talk about sleep, nutrition, fitness, and work, lots of different areas of stress. So, but are there any gotchas? It's been so much information, and I would hope that you picked at least one or two things that you will apply to your routine, your life. But how do you do that exactly? Apart from me bringing up the habits loop. There are some ways to actually fail when you attempt those. It's to be dogmatic. Do everything by the book. It never works. It's jumping in too fast. Many people can run a marathon, but if you do it untrained, you most likely will not be able to jog or run for months. You will hurt yourself. You don't want to do that because it will basically set you for failure really quickly. Not having goals. Keep goals in mind that what you're trying to achieve and keep them realistic. Don't jump for say go for the moon. Try to approach it slowly but surely. And fighting your nature, as I said with habit loop, work with yourself. Nature is smart. And this book actually helped me to approach it that way. On the Day on Your Life by Aubrey Marcus. lots of information, but who do we trust? Do you trust me? I wouldn't say so. I mean, you have to find a specialist, an expert that you trust in different areas that you're trying to tackle. Maybe talk to a professional, doctor or nutritionist or fitness coach. Experiment, whether it's with food or with the things that you do, and share your experience. Like, go to conferences, talk to me, for instance, after my presentation. I would be very much interested in hearing your story. And my call for action overall is find your purpose. Why are you doing that? Why would you want to change? Maybe you don't want to change at all. Inspire and be inspired. It really was beneficial for me to find colleagues at my few jobs before my current one, where they help me to see what's important and really enjoy life. You only have one, and so really work is just work. So enjoy it. And here's some information to contact me and talk to me more about on Twitter. Probably the best place to contact me. Go to my blog, my LinkedIn, or email me directly. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you.
Hey, hi, Initius. Good. Hey, glad to see you. And yeah, good luck for your session. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yes, you can
Yeah,
hear me?
yeah. Now I can.
Okay, thank you.
All the best for your session. The stage is yours.
Yes, I will share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, you just share my screen. I will add it in the stream.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, we can start.
Okay, thank you. Hello guys. Hello Azure Community Conference. My name is Vinicius. I'm talking from Brazil. And I am Microsoft MVP, focus in developer technologies and DevOps. And today I will talk about creating reports to Azure DevOps using Power BI. Okay. I will show different reports here in Azure DevOps. And I will talk about two demonstrations. One focus in Azure Repos and other demo is focus in Azure pipelines. Okay. Uh, this is my agenda. Uh, Basically, here I will talk about Azure DevOps auditing to verify, ensure our applications have the same DevOps process. And my challenges are create reports that monitor DevOps process. Example here, I will focus on Azure Repos that I will verify if all branch policies on all repositories with my organization has the same configuration. And on Azure Pipelines, I will verify if our release definitions have the same stages and the approvers on my flow, on my release pipeline flow. And on this example, I will use 3 stages: development, QA, and prod. Okay. Then let's go to the first challenge. My first challenge will focus on Azure apps and branch policies because I need to protect when I use my DevOps process and use, of course, Azure apps. I will need to protect my new branch because I need to apply code review. At the moment, I merge code between example branch feature and main branch. I need to protect my main branch. Of course, I will enable pull requests, and I use, of course, feature brands or watch fix brands example. And here I create pull requests to merge feature brands and main branch. Other policies that I will create, I I need to link my code, my change code, of course, to a respective work item to my planning, and I will verify if all repositories in my organization has this policy enabled. And of course, I can verify if all pull requests run continuous integrations during I will validate my pull requests. In resume, I will get one organization, I will list all repositories, and on each repository, I will verify the respective branch policies. I will get this information and show in Power BI. This is my challenge, okay? And here I create a respective solution to extract this information, okay? And to extract my information, I use Azure DevOps REST API. To transform this data, I use a PowerShell and load this information in Azure SQL. And I will connect Power BI. I will open Power BI, connect my Azure SQL table, and show this information. Okay? And here I will show my Azure DevOps. Here I have my Azure DevOps. I have one organization here. I have many projects. And here, example, I can open this alpha project, access my respective repositories, and here I have many repositories on this project. Here I can create one new repository. Example, I will create alpha repo 13, okay? I create this repository and I don't, if I click on main branch and show respective branch policies, here I can't set any branch policies because I will show on my report that this respective repository does not have any branch policies here. But I will create a second repository. I will create here, and I will create here other repository called example alpha have 11. But to create this repository, I will use one automation. I don't use Azure DevOps screen, Azure DevOps interface. I use my automation. Why? Because I have a pattern to create my repository. On this example, this PowerShell create a repository and set all branch policies. The respective repository is here, PowerShell is here. And here, example, I use Azure DevOps CLI. Here, example, I create my repository and set my branch policies, okay? Here, I will execute my PowerShell. PowerShell connecting my Azure DevOps, creating my repository, and set all branch policies on my repository. 10 seconds. Okay. Let's go. Okay, I create a new repository using my PowerShell. If I return to Azure DevOps and refresh my page, here I have a new repository created by automation, alpha repo 11. I can initialize my repository, and if you go to my main branch and verify my branch policies, here I have all branch policies on, okay? Then I will get information about my organization, my projects, and my repo, and show this information on Power BI. To do this, I will execute other automation that extract this information. here. And here I pass a person access token, I pass my organization, I pass a connection string that will load a respective table that contains all information. I will execute this PowerShell, and of course I will show a respective code on this automation. Here I using a person access token, organization, and connection string. Here I get all projects within my organization. On each project, I have all repos on respective project, and on each repo, I have all policies that that contains on respective repo. I will use 3 for each here, okay? My automation is run, and here I have a respective Power BI, a respective report that show my information. To understand my connection, I click on transform data. Here, I connect my respective table using a connection with a moment. Okay, with using Azure SQL. Okay, I connect my respective database and I get my respective table that contains this information. Of course, at the end of this connection, I have one table to verify that my automation is done, not yet. And here I can refresh my informations. Example, I have at this moment 16 repositories, and now I have 18. I believe more 1 minute, please, to finish my automation. Let's go. If I finish my automation. Not yet. I believe that I have 30 repositories in this organization. Wait a moment, please. My automation is run. $28. $13 repositories. Okay, but here I have my informations about that the 2 latest repositories that are created. Alpha Repo 13 I created using Azure DevOps interface, and Alpha Repo 11 I use an automation. If I click on Alpha Repo 13, you verify that I don't have any branch policies set on this respective repository, because my chart is show a false here. Require a minimum of reviewer, automatic included code reviewer, comment resolution, build validation, and check linked forward characters. Because I only create a new repository, I don't set any branch policies. If I click on Alpha Repo 11, here I have a true condition, because I create a repository and set all branch policies. Okay, if I refresh my chart, my Power BI, now I have our repository, my automation is done, and here I have a map within my organization that show all repositories on this list, and counting by policy, if I have or don't have a respective policy. Example here, 6 repositories don't have this respective policy, and I will manage my repository on my organization. This is my first example, my first challenge that I show on this presentation. Okay, let's go to the second challenge here. My second challenge here, my challenge are, I have many applications on my company, example, on my Azure DevOps organization, and each repository, on my example, of course, each repository represents one application. If I have 30 repository, I will have 30 application, microservices, websites, etc. And here I need to verify if application has 3 environments on release definition, because I need to have 3 environments to approve my application from dev until production. And here I have, our application must have dev, QA, and production stage. I need to verify pre-approvals on my release definition. I need to verify post-approvals on my release definition, because I have auditing, I have managed all release definition and verify if 3 stages exist or not exist on these applications. And of course, I need to verify approvers on my Azure DevOps organization. Okay? And my solution, I use the same flow using on Azure repos. I connect Azure DevOps using REST API and extract information, transform this information using PowerShell, and loading this information on Azure SQL database and table, of course, and show this information in Power BI. And here I will show a second demonstration. And here, what is the focus? Here, my focus is, if I go to release definition, example here, Alpha Repo 1, and edit my release definition, here I have my approver flow until dev, from dev until production. Here I have my continuous integration that connects my continuous deployment, and here I have 2 stages: dev, test, and production. And here I need to verify if each stage has pre-deployment and post-deployment. I need to verify this situation, because I have auditing, I have process. Example, if I go to production, I is mandatory has one pre-deployment approval, because my auditing is mandatory has this verification. Because example, if I don't have this approver and I pass by test stage, I will send my application directly to production, and I don't have any approvers yet. To me, it's a big problem. Okay. And here I create one more automation, and this automation connects my Azure DevOps. This automation lists all projects on my organization. On each project, I list all release definitions here. On each release definition, I verify pre-deployment approvals and post-deployment approvals, and insert all informations into a SQL table, basically. And I will get a other Power BI report, okay? And this Power BI report lists on rooms my release definition, and map on columns my respective environments, my respective stages. On my cell, this is a matrix, of course, and here, if I get example alpha repo 5 on production stage, alpha repo 5 on production stage, and here pre-deployment approval, I will show respective members that approve this application in production stage. I create a map on my release definition. Okay. Here I can start my automation. My automation, I pass one person access token, I pass my organization, and I pass a connection string to insert informations into my table on Azure SQL. Okay, I created this automation. This automation I show here on this example. This automation is running now. If I refresh my information is loading into Power BI. Okay, here I have a first release definition named Delta Repo 3 CD, and here I have a map to my stages. On dev, I don't have pre-deployment and I have post-deployment. On test stage, I don't have pre-deployment, but I have post-deployment. And in production stage, I have pre-deployment and I have two post-deployment. I create a map on my release definition. I audit my release definition process using this respective report. Okay, I will refresh my information because I loaded more and more release definition. And here, of course, if my persona is blank, I don't have approvers. If my persona is green and check, I have a respective group or a respective person, to verify respective release definition. Okay, if I have many informations, I believe that this loading will be finished in 30 seconds, I believe. Wait a moment, please. Okay. And one important question. All reports here is open source. I have GitHub. I have open source, of course, GitHub, and here I have my repository named Azure DevOps, github.com/vinijmoura/Azure DevOps. And here I have many examples to extract information on Azure DevOps. At this moment, I believe that I have 38 reports. And of course, you explore many situations to extract information in Azure DevOps. That's it, VJ. Thank you so much for the space. And if you have any questions, please show me.
Thank you. Like, can you share me the GitHub URL so that I can share to the audience?
Sorry?
Can you share me your GitHub URL which you shared right now?
Oh, my GitHub, of course.
Yeah.
I will put in the private chat, okay?
Yeah.
Wait a moment. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please put here. But if no, thank you so much for the space, for your opportunity directly from Brazil to speak in Azure Community Conference. To me, is a big pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you stay in the backstage. If I receive any comment or any QA, then I will redirect to you, and you can communicate with and solve the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I will connect YouTube, and if you have any questions,
Sure.
I put them. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Bye. Hey everyone, and our next section will be presented by Lenny. Hey Lenny, welcome. Glad to see you.
Thrilled to be here.
Yeah, we also thrilled to see your session, and the stage is yours. All the best for your session.
So I'm ready to go?
Yeah, you can share your screen, and I will.
Let me hit share.
Sure.
Screen sharing is easiest to share a screen. And there we go. Let me know that you can see my screen.
Not yet.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Lenny. Go ahead. All the best.
I'm jumping in then. Welcome. Hello, everyone. And thank you for joining me for today's session. I'm very excited to be presenting for the Azure Community Conference. And this session is all about data modeling and partitioning in Azure Cosmos DB. I want to first lay out certain objectives before we jump right in. First of all, I'm not making it a requirement that you are familiar with Cosmos DB. I'm going to cover the core concepts, notably partitioning, that you need to understand to be effective with Cosmos DB. So even if you're new to Cosmos DB, you'll be able to follow along just fine with the session. We are going to learn what the best practices are when you want to model your data in Cosmos DB, and you'll be surprised to find that they're very, very different than what you're used to in the relational world. And we're going to apply these concepts to a real-world scenario, our famous favorite sample database, AdventureWorks. And by the time we're done, you will understand the significant differences between the way you're used to doing things in the relational database world and in the NoSQL world of Cosmos DB. All right, so like I said, I'm not making it a prerequisite that you are familiar with Cosmos DB. We'll start from the ground up. There are many ways to describe Cosmos DB. It's globally distributed. It's horizontally partitioned. It's schema-free, multi-model. There's an analytics store. There's lots of there's stored procedures. There's SDKs or APIs. There's so many things. But for this discussion and for this session, you just need to focus on two things. One, that it is, horizontally scalable, and it is non-relational. And let's just drill into those 2 points before we get started. When I say horizontally scalable, what do I mean? I mean that even though we deal with a single container, much like you deal with a single table in a relational database, in Cosmos, it's a container, and you store documents in that container and retrieve it back out. Really, behind that container, there are multiple servers or physical partitions, if you will. The physical partition is very much like a server. So I'll just call them physical partitions, but it's just like a box, right? Each one has a CPU, each one has storage, and there's no upper limit to the number of physical partitions that Cosmos DB can provision and bring online to scale your container, both in terms of storage and throughput. And therefore, this design, if you effectively partition your data, will give you unlimited throughput and unlimited storage. Now, what was the second point I mentioned? Non-relational. What do we mean by that? Well, how do we do things in the relational world, right? In SQL Server, let's say. What do? We store data in rows. And what do we love to do? What is it that we do with these rows? We join them, right? We set up a nice data model, the perfect normalized data model where we've got multiple tables with primary keys and foreign keys, and we establish constraints between them, and we let the database join them together for us when we run queries, and that's what we love to do. That's what we, that's our world here in when you're dealing with a relational database like SQL Server or Oracle. But in Cosmos DB, we're not storing data in rows. We're storing data in JSON documents. And now there's certainly nothing you can store in a row that you can't store in a JSON document. And so there's really nothing stopping you from modeling your database exactly the same way, where each document can point to a related document. There's nothing stopping you from doing this, but unfortunately, this model breaks down in Cosmos DB in terms of performance and scale and cost. And why is that? The answer to that ties back again to the first point: we are horizontally partitioned, and each one of these documents could land on a different physical partition, a different physical server. And it's not technically impossible to establish constraints across physical partitions, but in terms of Cosmos DB performance and its service level agreement of extremely high performance on reads and writes, typically under 10 milliseconds per document, is simply not supported. So in this NoSQL world, there are no joins and there are no constraints. And that can lead you to wonder, well, then does that mean Cosmos DB is like not, it doesn't sound like it's suitable for a relational workload, does it? And the answer is, of course it is, because if it wasn't, this session would be over now after only 5 minutes, because we'd have nothing more to talk about. So actually, that slide shouldn't say that most workloads are relational. It should say that many workloads are relational. Enough that we can say that Cosmos DB is definitely suitable. Pardon me. And so, how do we achieve this? We have to think about things differently. It's a paradigm shift. It's the way you look at the data modeling process is just very different. And in many cases, some of these best practices run contrary to, are actually anti-practices in the relational world, and things that you would never do in the relational world is exactly the way you solve the problem in the non-relational world. So it's really just a shift of mindset. It's nothing complex. In fact, I hope you'll agree by the end of the session that it's actually quite easy. You just have to take a different approach. And that's what the session's about. And we're going to walk through something very familiar. I mentioned AdventureWorks before. I know AdventureWorks has a lot of tables. So what I've done is I've reduced it down to this very small database. And the sample code with the session includes the SQL scripts that will take AdventureWorks and turn it into this. And as a staging for the demos that are going to follow now, where I'm going to evolve this data model into an effective Cosmos DB data model. Because again, like I said, well, first of all, let's have a look at it. We have these 9 tables here. It's a small database, but it represents most of the common modeling patterns that you find, which include one-to-many relationships like you have between customer and address. One customer will have multiple addresses. Sometimes you'll have one-to-one, like a customer to its password. We have products, which is, of course, a one-to-many relationship between product category and products. One category has multiple products. And then in terms of product tags, we have these 2 tables because we have a many-to-many relationship. One product can be associated with multiple tags, and one tag can be associated with multiple products. And that's a common pattern, right, which we typically solve with a junction table, this product tags table here in the middle. Let me see if I can get my virtual, laser pointer to work. Right. This table here in the middle is a junction table that establishes that many-to-many relationship. And finally, sales orders. Of course, there's a one-to-many relationship from customer to sales order. And then there's another nested level of depth from sales order to sales order details. So a customer has multiple sales orders. Each sales order has multiple sales order details. So small database, but it has a lot of these common patterns that repeat over and over in much larger databases. So how would you bring this into Cosmos DB? And your first thought might be, hey, I have 9 tables. I'm going to create 9 containers in Cosmos DB and store what used to be rows in a table as JSON documents in a container. That's a totally reasonable thing to think when you're first approaching this. But I think I already let you know that this is a bad design. You might wonder if it's good design, but because there are no joins and because there are no constraints, it's a terrible design. So we're going to evolve. We're going to go through 4 versions of this data model, from the worst, which is this one. We'll call this version 1, and we've ruled it out already, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. When we jump into the portal, I'll show you what the documents look like in version 1, but we really want to move on to version 2, at least as an improvement over this. So how do we improve this data model? What we want to do is we want to kind of migrate it over. So we are going to take it in chunks at a time. Let's say customers and their related entities. So it's a multi-step process that you just kind of follow as a set of patterns. One is, for each table, you design a JSON document, and you just translate the column names into JSON property names. And I have also camel cased them, which I didn't have to do, but it's, of course, the way things are in the JSON world. Things are generally camel cased. One thing that I did have to do was I had to change the primary key column names, like from customer address ID to simply ID, and from customer ID to simply ID. That was required because in Cosmos DB, every document's primary key, if you will, or ID property, it must be called ID, although the document is only unique across an entire container based on a composite, a combination of the ID and whichever property you choose as the partition key. And so, but that's not a concern for right now. For right now, step one is simply translate tables, table column names into JSON document property names and calling the ID property ID. Now I could stop there because I have the customer ID in the customer address table, which is like a foreign key. And if you can see me on the screen, you can see I'm using air quotes here because there are, it's not really a foreign key. Let's just call it a reference, because again, Cosmos DB will not join these for us. We would have to issue 3 distinct queries to get these documents, which sounds painful. So maybe there's a better way, because in the world of JSON, we have a hierarchical nested structure, and there's no reason that we can't embed this information and store addresses in a JSON array and embed the password as a nested JSON object and store all of this in a single document. And so you can do it either way. And then the first question you need to ask is, do I want to embed or do I want to reference? And the way that you answer that question is, when you want to embed, it's good when you have a one-to-one relationship, which is the case with, excuse me, just one moment. A one-to-one relationship, which is the case with customer password, right? Each customer has one password. Or a one-to-few relationship. Now, what's a one-to-few relationship? Like for instance, addresses. It's reasonable to impose some upper limit on the number of addresses you're going to support per customer. That's totally reasonable. Well, you certainly wouldn't want to impose an upper limit on the number of orders that a customer can place, right? That ideally is unbounded, right? You want them to place infinite number of orders. So if it's one-to-few, it's a good candidate for embedding, but not if it's one-to-many or one-to-unbounded. And it's also a good idea to embed or think about embedding when you typically query or update these items together as opposed to separately. And you want a reference when it's one-to-many, especially if unbounded, or perhaps a many-to-many relationship, in which you'll see coming up for products and product tags. Or even if it's one-to-one and one-to-few, if your most common use cases is that these things are updated and queried independently and almost never together, then you still wouldn't want to embed them just because you could. You would still want to, keep them separate and just have one reference the other, because you don't often query them together, and therefore when you update one, you don't have to update the other, and when you read one, you don't have to read the other. So what does that mean we want to do for custom? For in this case, we want embedding, right? Because it's a one-to-few relationship with addresses. We couldn't fit all of the orders in this document, but we could fit all of the addresses, and certainly we can fit the password. And then this is our customer data model. We've already reduced 3 containers down to 1 by embedding, and we've also solved the problems of the lack of referential integrity. Whenever you embed, you have implicit referential integrity. An array cannot live without its parent property in that document. It simply can't have orphans, right? And since it's pre-joined, at least this data is pre-joined, you've solved the problems of the lack of joins, at least at the document level, right? So we're going to store this document in a container called customer. And now the question is, how do we partition this container? On what property in our data do we want to partition this data? That will be our partition key. And in order to answer that question, I'm going to pause now, and we're going to pivot into a discussion about partitioning that will help you better answer that question, so that we can return to this scenario and pick the right partition key. Remember this picture? Let's just drill into 3 of these physical partitions, where as we write documents to the container, they land on separate physical partitions. Actually, can I just do a quick check to make sure that I'm still coming through? Everyone can hear me and see me. Hello, can I get a confirmation that I'm live? All right, I'm going to assume that silence is compliance and that everyone is still able to see and hear me. All right, so Cosmos DB manages these physical partitions. It will create new physical partitions as needed. We don't have to worry about that. That's not up to us. What is up to us are what we call logical partitions. And the logical partition is what we, the human, the data modeler, we define the logical partitions by establishing a partition key. Every time I create a database, you have to choose a partition key. I'll go ahead, and in this case, I will choose the username, because let's say this is a different scenario than our AdventureWorks. We have a social networking database, a Facebook-like application. And so we've chosen the username as the partition key, and now we're just going to focus on logical partitions without worrying about the physical partitions. And if I have chosen the username as the partition key, that means that all of Tim's documents will live in one logical partition, all of Andrew's will live in another logical partition, and so on. So that means that, you know, in one logical partition, I might have documents of different types. Like this might be Tim's profile. The next several documents might be Tim's posts. These two might be comments that Tim has made on other posts, and these two might be likes, where Tim has liked other posts. So these are documents of completely different types, but the one thing that they share in common is that they have the same partition key, and that's what groups them together. You need to understand that there's a maximum document size of 2 megabytes. So in terms of what the one to few and one to many boundary, it's if it fits comfortably in 2 megabytes, like all of the addresses of a customer certainly would, then it's fine to embed. In terms of picking how large your logical partition can be, up to 20 gigabytes, which is quite large. But you generally will want, you know, uniformity across your containers. Because what's going to happen is that as you store data to containers, logical partitions will land on different physical partitions. And at some point, Cosmos DB will decide to split a partition. Let's say that second partition there is overflowing either in terms of storage or throughput. It will split that partition by creating spinning up a new physical partition and moving half of the logical partitions over. And without rebalancing the entire container, just this one physical partition, and then things continue along on their merry way. This is not a good picture, obviously, because you're not getting good uniformity. This is not, you generally want something where you're going to have even distribution. This creates a hot partition because in terms of storage, all the data is on one physical partition. This picture looks a lot better, but it could still be a problem from a throughput perspective. For instance, if I didn't choose the username as the partition key, instead I chose the creation date, well, it would mean that on any given day, all of the throughput, at least on writes, and certainly possibly reads as well, are going to be directed to the same physical partition, also creating a hot partition in terms of throughput. Going with the username means that throughout the day, things are evenly spread across all users, and we have nice distribution in terms of storage and throughput as well. So if we go with the social networking example, if I want to get all of Mark's documents, this will be a single partition query, and I could filter down to get just his comments, just his likes, just his posts. I could filter on date ranges, all within that subset of data belonging to Mark, and it would all be very efficiently served up because Cosmos DB will know how to route the query to a single logical partition on a single physical partition. Where if he did something like this, favorite color equal red, well, that would be a cross-partition query that would have to fan out, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but obviously there's more overhead. It's not a bad thing if it's not your most common querying pattern. If it is your most common querying pattern, then it's a bad thing because it has to hit all the servers. All right. Now we can come back to where we departed and answer the question by saying, what are our most common queries? For a customer-facing website, they're going to want to, they're going to get their customer information, right? So we're going to want to select from this container where the ID is a customer ID. Basically, we want to partition on the ID property, okay? Because that's our most common query. And that will give us the customer with all their addresses and their password. But remember, I said that a document is unique within a container based on a composite of this ID property and whatever other property you choose as the partition key is a composite. But if you choose the ID property itself as the partition key, it's this one unique value, and it stores one document per logical partition. It may seem like an odd pattern, but it's actually the way, the best way to deal with point reads and writes. Scenario when your use case is primarily reading and writing a single document, which is the case here, right? Reading and writing a single document. So that takes care of customers. I'm just going to jump into a quick demo. Right, I'm going to jump on over to the Azure portal. And first of all, I told you I would show you version 1. Version 1, 9 containers for the 9 tables, right? This is the worst case. If I just open up and have a look at any one document, these are the customer ID documents, and I mean the customer documents rather, where each document, ignore the properties on the bottom that begin with an underscore, because those are system properties that Cosmos DB adds. But our properties are right here, and that's just like a row in the table in AdventureWorks. There's no customer addresses here. If I want the addresses, I have to go to the customer address table, and here is like one document per row in the customer address table. So I have an address, but it's only one address, and I don't know who the customer is unless I run a separate query on this customer ID. All right, so that's why Web Store v1 is like really not what we want. We'll jump down to Web Store v2, and we see fewer containers, because I have combined 3 into 1 with the customer entity, like I was just showing in the slides, where each document has an addresses array. You'll see in another demo with more than one address and the password embedded. And I'm partitioned on the ID property, which is why I see the same value in 2 columns here. That's, I'm partitioned on the ID property, which we said is the best way to effectively retrieve a single document. So let's see that in a demo. Demo version 1, querying for customers. First, I'm going to run this query where I know what the ID of the customer is. I know the customer ID. So this should be a very efficient query because the ID is my partition key. So we run the query, and I think, yeah, here's the document. I dump it out. That's the document. It's got 2 addresses for Amanda Cook, and there's the embedded password. And the cost was only 2.83 RUs, which is the cheapest possible query that you can have. But that's a cheapest possible query. If you are querying for what you know to be one document, and you know that document's ID and partition key, and in this case, since the ID is the partition key, you only need to know the one value and repeat it twice, because the ID is the partition key. You can not run a SQL query. You can just say read item, and I'll get the same document back. See, Amanda Cook with the 2 addresses. But look at the cost. 1 RU. That is the absolute cheapest cost for any operation in Cosmos DB. So you see extremely efficient read with 1 request unit to get all the data that is pre-joined, the parent, customer, and the nested addresses and the embedded password. Okay. So that's querying for customers. Now we're going to move on to product categories. So for product categories, it's pretty simple. It's just a key value pair. We do the same translation, except we have to call the ID property ID. We want to put it in a container. We'll put it in a container called product category. Same question comes up. What do we want to partition it on? And it's the same answer. What's your most common querying pattern? Well, once the user logs in, the customers on your website, they're going to want to see a list of all product categories. And then when they're going to drill into a category of interest to see all the products in that category. So really, our most common query is a select with no where clause. And we want to get them all. This is like a lookup list, a small lookup list. So the way that we do this in Cosmos DB is, when I say small lookup list, I mean 20 gigabytes or less, like a list of states and provinces, any kind of lookup list, not big data. You might want to even consume the entire list at once if you wanted to populate a dropdown, let's say. In cases like that, the way we do that, where there's no where clause, is we want them all in one logical partition, which can go up to 20 gigabytes. And we actually add a property. We synthetically add a property called type, and we set the value of that property to the same value in every document, category in this case. And since they all have the same value for the partition key, they all live in the same logical partition. So let's have a quick demo of that, querying for product categories. Demo 2. Okay, I'm going to get all the product categories, let's say because I want to populate a drop-down list or maybe a sidebar on my web page listing all the categories. So it's a select star where type equal category, and of course all of the documents have a value of category, so we get them all 37, and again, very inexpensively, relatively inexpensively. We just care about the ID and the name because the type is always category, right? We synthetically set them all to category, and we don't care about the system properties. So just like regular SQL, you don't have to say select star. You can list just the properties you want, which is the key value pair that you want, and here are our 37 product categories, right? Suitable for a putting in a drop-down list or showing on the sidebar on my website. All right. Product tags themselves are a little more interesting because they have a many-to-many relationship with products. So the tags themselves is the same concept of just translating them into a JSON document, putting them in a product tag container, and we want to get all product tags just like we want to get all product categories. So this is a repeat. It's the same thing. It's a select with no where clause. We want them all in one logical partition, so we add a type property. This time we set its value to tag and not category, and that isolates categories and tags. Well, we're actually isolating them already in separate containers, but soon later you'll see we'll combine them because they're isolated into one container because they're isolated by this type property. This is where it gets more interesting because we have the many-to-many relationship between products and tags. So again, step one, this should start becoming familiar to you by now. First, you translate the column names into property names. And for product tags, when you have a many-to-many relationship, the way that you handle this in Cosmos DB is a combination of embedding and referencing. You embed on one side of the many-to-many relationship an array of references to the other side, right? And you can implement this on both sides, right? In this case, I have an array of tag IDs living in each product, but I could have an array of product IDs living in each tag. It depends on your use case, which is more efficient, but they both achieve the same result, which is to establish the many-to-many relationship. How do we want to partition it? Same answer. What's your most common querying pattern? Well, once the user has seen all the categories, they're going to select a category of interest, and they're going to want to see all the products in that category. So it would be select from the container all the products where category ID equals whatever category ID the user selected on the previous screen or something. And that would mean that we want all the products belonging in each category grouped by category in terms of logical partitions, which means the category ID is the natural choice here. And that will mean all the products in category A live in their logical partition. You could even get all the products in a given category in a single logical partition very efficiently without having to span multiple partitions. But we have a little problem here. Even though I've got all the tag IDs and the category ID, I don't have the category name and I don't have the tag names. I only have the category ID and an array of tag IDs. With only this document in hand and the category ID, I can't display the information on a web page. I would first have to get the category name and the tag names, right? I would first have to, well, first I'd get all the products in the category, but now all I have are IDs and not names. So to get the category name, it would be a second query to go to the product category table to get the name property from there. And then the worst part is then for each product returned by the first query, I need to run this third query for each one because I need to get the tag names based on the IDs that are in that array of tag IDs. So if this sounds painful, it is. This is when you start saying, but where are my joins? Because, in relational world, you just say join and the database joins them for you. But in this case, they don't. So what the answer to this is denormalization. It's a very, very common way of This is a very common way of dealing with this problem in the NoSQL world with denormalization. In the relational world, we strive to normalize. We want to avoid duplicates in our data model, and we want to be able to have the database automatically join entities together, like just by me saying join, and aggregate things by me saying select count, group by. We rely on that, and so we normalize our data model. In the non-relational world, we do the opposite. We try to actually denormalize. We will actually be less efficient from a storage perspective. We'll actually duplicate data just in order to ensure to optimize our queries, to optimize our reads, so that we can get all the data we need with a single document query instead of multiple document queries, and even worse, cursor style looping query patterns, which we obviously don't want. So what that means is that what we're going to do is whenever we store a product in a document like this, we're not going to just store the IDs of the categories and the tags. We're going to actually store a copy of the name. So at the point of insert, when we create a product, we copy not just the category ID, but also the category name, and not just the tag IDs, but the tag names. Right? There might be other things about the category that live in our category document, but it's just really the name that we need in order to avoid having to make that extra query. And the same thing with the tag names, right? So that means that whenever there's master data that changes, right? This is fine and good when you're at the point of insert where you duplicate that data, but what if a product category name changes or a product tag name changes, right? You need to get that cascaded to the product table. And we do that with the magic thing in Cosmos DB called the change feed. The change feed is like a persistent log of changes that you can listen on and process as they occur. So every time a document is added or updated in Cosmos DB, it is also emitted through the change feed. And you can register on that with an Azure function and do anything you want whenever there's a document to process every document entering or being updated in a Cosmos DB container. And that's what we'll do. We'll have an Azure function that will be triggered every time the change feed emits a document, and we'll be able to create and update the product like so by listening in on the change feeds of the product category container and the product tag container. Our Azure function will wake up and cascade the changes over to the product container. Here I've got a snippet of slides to show you what the Azure function looks like. The function name attribute makes it an Azure function, and the Cosmos DB trigger attribute means listen on the product, in this case, the product category container, or collection is the old name, in the web store database, and use this special lease container that we'll talk about later. There's another container called lease that the change feed processor library uses to manage state, but this lease container is not part of our data model, right? And after that attribute, we only get these two parameters, which are the only two that you need, which is a read-only list of the documents that have changed, and a logger for you to be able to, log errors or whatnot. And then you simply leap through them. In this case, I'm deserializing each one into a dynamic object, but it could also be a POCO. I'm getting the ID and the name of the changed category, and I'm going to now update every product with that category ID with the new name in this second method, where I select all the products in the category that has the changed name. But remember, that's a very efficient query since we are partitioned on the category ID. And the rest of the code simply is an iterator loop pattern where I loop through the iterator, getting a page at a time, and ultimately for each product, setting the category name in memory and replacing it in the container. Let's see that in action. Here, I'll head on over. You can see I'm going to actually connect again. Sometimes it falls asleep. We'll go to monitor. I'm monitoring my sync product category name Azure function, which is running that code that you just saw on the slide. And here in the container, actually, I'm not going to bother with the container. We're now on WebStore v3. You see, it's the same number of containers as WebStore v2, but it also has this lease container, which is not part of our data model. It's being used by the change feed processor library in the background to manage state. And so I'm going to go back to the demo. and we're up to demo 3, where I'm going to pull out the first 5 products in this category, clothing shorts, where I know that that's the ID, the category ID for clothing shorts. So give me all the products. So this is on the product container. Give me the information about the product, including the price, but also the category ID and the category name. So it's a copy of the category name, right? And so each one has not just the category ID, but clothing shorts. And you see it's repeated because it's duplicated. That master data is duplicated. And now let's say I've decided, and I'm showing just the first 5, but there could be many, right? Let's say I've decided that I want to change the name of the category from clothing shorts to clothing fun shorts. So I'm going to read the document, knowing the category ID. The partition key is always category because we're partitioned on type and every document has the same value category. This is the category ID. Set the new name and then replace it back to the container. Let's go ahead and do that. And it replaced the document. We're going to go back over to the Azure function. Oh, I wasn't fast enough. You see, it has detected a change in one product category document, and it has found 7 products to update that change to. When I run the same query that I ran a moment ago to get the first 5 products in that category, look, they've all been changed to fun shorts. And now that means that when I get a product, I don't also have to fetch the category name from the other document. Okay, so that's the change feed for you. This takes us very close to the end when we're up to sales orders. So here for sales orders, it's again the same process. First, you translate those table column names into JSON property names, right? And then you ask yourself, embed or reference, right? And in this case, we're going to embed because we can fit all the sales order details in for a single sales order in one document, given that each document can be up to 2 megabytes, right? 2 megabyte upper limit on a sales order is not unreasonable. So we're embedding and turning these 2 containers into one. Put them in a container and ask ourselves, what do we want to partition it on? And ask that question the same way we've been asking it over and over. What's your most common query? Well, the customer comes in to the website and they want to view all their sales orders. So that means you want to get all of the orders for a customer. There's another query that you might be interested in running in the back office. An executive on a dashboard might want to see who the best customers are. So they might want to get all the customers by descending order count, right? Where the best customers will be at the top because they have the most orders. That's not going to be as common a query because that's just someone in the back office updating a dashboard occasionally, a couple of times a day, maybe, as opposed to the first type of query where it's the customer-facing website is getting hit constantly by every customer visiting your website who wants to look at their sales orders. So that's what I was talking about. You know, cross-partition queries aren't always evil. It's okay if this second query is a cross-partition query because we're only running it a few times a day. It's not okay if this is a cross-partition query because this has to be extremely efficient since it is we're getting hammered with these types of queries. Let's take them one at a time. We want to get all the orders belonging to a customer. Clearly, we want to get a query on the customer ID. So that means all of the sales orders belonging to each customer are grouped separately in their own logical partition, right? So we want the partition on the customer ID. But now let's slam on the brakes here, okay? This is not the first time we're partitioning on the customer ID. You remember at the very beginning of this exercise, when we created the customer container, we also partitioned on the customer ID value, which we put in the ID property, and we chose the ID property as the partition key, which gave us exactly one customer document per logical partition partitioned on the customer ID. Well, here we've got a completely different type of document, a sales order document, but we want to partition on the same value, the customer ID value, even though it's in a differently named property. Here, it's in a property called customer ID, while the ID property here is actually the sales order ID, and this is the customer ID on the customer document. But putting that little nuance aside, we want to partition both of these documents on the same value. So do we need to create two separate containers? The answer is no. We can combine both of these documents in the same container, partitioned on the same value, because Cosmos DB is schema-free, right? There's a zero schema management. You don't manage a schema, and Cosmos DB does not enforce schema. So you are completely free. It has its pros and its cons. You can wind up with a mess on your hands if you're not careful as schemas evolve. But generally, this gives you a lot of flexibility. So you can and should mix different types of documents in the same container when they either share similar access patterns and partitioning needs, which is the case here. You have similar access patterns of customer-facing queries, getting both the customer information and sales order information, and they're both partitioned on the same value, meaning we want to combine these into one container, the customer container. And now we just have to resolve that little nuance there. The fact that the ID property is in the sales order document is the sales order ID, and in the customer document is the customer ID. So the way we fix this is with another little tiny bit of denormalization. I use the word denormalization anytime you duplicate data. And that is, we will add a customer ID property to the customer document, and it will have a copy of the ID property. So there's actually two copies of the customer ID, right? But this way, these two documents that have a completely different schemas, the one thing they share in common is that customer ID property, which is what puts them in the same logical partition if they have the same value. So customers and sales orders are going to live in the same, for the same customer, every customer and their sales orders are going to live in the same logical partition. This is why, by the way, you might have wondered why my IDs are GUIDs, since in AdventureWorks they are integers. And the reason is because when they're in separate tables, it's okay. You can have sales order ID1 in the sales order table and customer ID1 in the customer table, and there's no collision. But if you stored both of those in the same table, they couldn't both be customer ID1 and sales order ID1 in the same table, right? So you have to scope them uniquely. I went with GUIDs because it was just quick and easy. But as you know, I just could have put a prefix of the type, like a C for customer and an SO for sales order in front of the integer, and that would have been suitable as well to distinguish them, to avoid the collisions. But obviously, customer and sales orders have to have unique IDs when you're doing this, which is not something that you have to worry about in a relational world. Now, the type property, again, like I said, you can get yourself into trouble because it's schema free. It's good to have some, bring some order to the chaos by establishing certain consistencies. And that is, even though the type property is not required, like we used the type property earlier for our lookup lists, categories and tags have a type property of category and tag, just so that we could partition on that type property and thereby have separate lookup lists in separate logical partitions. Here, we don't absolutely need the type property, but it's always a good idea to have one. By the way, it's also always a good idea to have a version property. So if you evolve the schema, you can increment the version number property, and therefore not have to take a guess at what type of document it is. You'll have a type property that will always tell you, and also not have to guess perhaps at what version of that type. So you could say, well, if there's an email address property, then it's a customer document. And if there's no email address property, it's a sales order document, because sales order documents don't have an email address property. But what if one day we added an email address property? Then that would break all our code. And what if some of our customers had email addresses and some of them didn't? Then we would miss those that didn't if we were trying to get all customers. But if you explicitly have that type property, you remove all ambiguity, and it's just a good practice. So we have a customer type and a sales order type, and we're partitioned on customer ID. And what this means, kind of like the social networking example, what this means is that we have documents of different types in the same logical partition. We have one customer document. Like, remember, we only had one customer document per logical partition at the beginning of the session. So it's that one document from before, plus now all the sales orders that we are putting in the same logical partition because they have the same customer ID. So we have documents of different types in the same container. So we can get all the sales order for a customer simply by querying from this container and filtering on that type property. And that'll give us all the sales orders, right? And very efficiently. Let's jump into a demo. Querying for sales orders. So we're up to demo number 4. So we're getting close. I'm going to get all the sales orders. This is for a customer. This is the query we just saw on the slide. This is the customer ID, and I only want their sales orders. I don't want the customer. You see it very efficiently. Retrieve 2 documents. There are 2 orders for this customer. The first one only has 1 detail, but the second one for the same customer has 3 details. And I got them all in very inexpensively. Again, under 3 RUs is, again, as cheap as it gets. Now I'm going to remove this portion of the query so that I get both the customer and their sales orders in one query. Just by querying from the container on the customer ID, not filtering by type, so I'll get both the customer and their sales orders, but I will order by type, which is a little bit of a hack because the C in customer comes before the O in sales order, or the S in sales order. So there's the type property for customer, and I get Amanda Cook first. And then after that, I get the sales orders. The S comes after C, so then I get all the sales orders, all of Amanda's sales orders. But if you look at the results here, with one query, I have retrieved a customer, all their embedded addresses, their embedded password, another document for each of their sales orders, each one of which has the embedded details, all in one query at a cost of still very cheap cost, under 3 RUs, 2.9. So if you think about it, we kind of got our joins back, at least for these querying patterns, right? By combining different types in the same logical partition, we can retrieve them kind of joined as in efficiently retrieving them with one query and not multiple queries. All right. So what about that next query? That second query, where we want to get our best customers, right? We want to get a list of customers, but we want the best ones at the top, so the ones with the most orders. Now, again, in the relational world, you would just do like select star from order group by customer ID, and you would go home, right? Group by customer ID, order by count descending, right? And it would be done, but we don't have those aggregations and joins in Cosmos DB. The answer again is denormalization, pre-calculating things and maintaining the value. Like the sales order count, instead of having to run a count query, we would just have a value added in a new property called sales order count. And what that means is that anytime I add a new sales order, like customer A gets a new sales order, I need to update the customer document as well and increment that sales order count so that it's always in sync. And at first you might think that the change feed could be used for this, and of course it could. You could use the change feed to do this exact same thing like we did a moment ago for the category names and the tag names. Excuse me. But there's a better approach here because there's some latency with the change feed. Like the moment the change occurs, it's not the moment that you're, there's a small amount, it's not in real time, it's in very near real time. But it's not an atomic operation. And we want this to be an atomic operation. And for that, we'll use a stored procedure. And stored procedures have been around in Cosmos DB forever, since the beginning. They're written in JavaScript. And they have the unique characteristic that amongst most NoSQL platforms in that they give you implicit transactions. All of the data access that occurs within a store procedure gets either committed or rolled back implicitly. But the store procedure only has access to a single logical partition, which is our use case here. When we add a new sales order, then we want to update another document in the same logical partition, and we want to do it in a transactional way. Now, this isn't very nice because it's JavaScript. The fact is that this can be done in C# as well. They, not too long ago, added the capability to write this in C#, but it would still have to be limited to a single logical partition. And so the way this works is instead of simply adding a new sales order to the container directly, we will call a stored procedure and pass the sales order document to the stored procedure as a parameter. And then this just gets some contextual information about the container and and a link to the customer, right? Based on the fact that the sales order document that got passed in has a customer ID in it, the customer that this new sales order belongs to. So we're going to retrieve that customer. And here everything is with nested callbacks because everything's asynchronous. So when we read the customer document, assuming there's no error, we will increment the sales order count, raise it by 1. That occurs in memory, of course, but this line of code actually writes it back to the container. Although it's written back to the container, it is not committed until the stored procedure completes successfully. And therefore, this create document that creates the sales order document must also succeed. And if it doesn't succeed, then the incremented value will roll back to what it was before. But if it does succeed, and we just return back out the new sales order count, then it will both be committed. And then it becomes a simple query, right? Just select star from C for the type equal customer, order by that sales order count descending, and you're gold. Let's have a look at that demo. This is our last demo of the session. And I'm going to query now for top customers. So here, this is a top 5. I'm going to get my best customers based on that sales order count. Let me actually flip over to the portal and show you the version 4 here. Look, I've brought it down to only 3 containers. Again, the least container is not part of our data model because product category and product tags, as you'll see in a moment, I'm jumping ahead here, but they can both be combined into a metadata because they're both partitioned on the type property. And now everything, all our customers and sales orders are all in this one customer container. So we have documents of both types, right? And if you look at any customer document, you will see that there is a sales order count property there already. That's the one that has to get incremented by 1 should a new sales order get added for this customer. So going back to the demo here, let's get our top 5 customers. It looks like Mason and Dalton are tied as best customer, each with a sales order count of 28. So there are top 2 customers, if you will, and then and then it goes down, right? And these all have 27. And if I got more, our top 10, we would see them go down even more, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a new order for Dalton. So Dalton should go up to 29. I want to do it with that stored procedure. So you can see the code here constructs the new order in memory. That's a reference to the customer. And instead of inserting this document directly to the container, it calls a stored procedure. And the name of the stored procedure is SP create sales order. And you need to supply the partition key, which is, of course, the customer ID in this case, because the stored procedure's scope is limited to that logical partition, but is totally transactional within that logical partition, passing in as the one and only parameter, in this case, that new order. If I go back to the portal, you can see the customer container does have a stored procedure called SP create sales order. And the code here is exactly the code that you saw on the slide. All right. Increment, replace, create, and it's all transactional. So let me go ahead and execute that store procedure. It has executed the store procedure. Each write is approximately 10 RUs. So there was the updating the customer and inserting the sales order, so slightly over 20 RUs for the writes. But now when I run the same top 5 query, to get my top 5 based on sales order count, you can see that now Dalton Perez takes the lead at 29 orders, and therefore our #1 top customer. All right, we are getting close to wrapping up the session. Hope you're enjoying it so far. And head on back to the PowerPoint and look at our final design. The we have one customer container. Inside that customer container, we have two different document types, customer and sales order, and each of those types has embedded inside of them, in the case of customer, an array of customer addresses and the customer password, and in the case of sales orders, the sales order details. And all of that data is partitioned on the customer ID, keeping customers and sales orders belonging to that customer all in the same logical partition. We have a product container that has product documents and an embedded array of product tags, not just tag IDs, but also tag names, right? And I already kind of gave this away that, the product category and the product tag container, since they're just metadata about, and they're partitioned on the type property, they're basically small lookup lists. It's really silly and needless to have two separate containers for them. That's why we have just the one product meta container. And now that product meta container is partitioned on type, and you have both tags and categories living in that container. And the fact is here, we brought 9 containers down to 3. Our most common queries are satisfied by single partition queries. Our less common queries, well, maybe a cross partition, but ultimately, this is a very, very optimal design and a very optimal data model for our web store. The key takeaways before I say goodbye are, you have to know what your key access patterns are and design for them. You have to know what your most common querying patterns are. And sometimes that doesn't come to light once you go live. And then you realize you have to rethink things and repartition. But because you need to design for those most common access patterns. Obviously, partitioning is crucial. It's critical. If you want to get that performance and scalability and elasticity of storage and throughput, you have to partition your data properly. How can you materialize relationships? The 2 techniques we saw are embedding, as well as in cases where you can't embed and you need to reference, denormalizing and pre-aggregating, as well as storing entities that are related in the same container if they can be partitioned on the same value. That will keep them related in the sense that they will both live in the same logical partition. How can you denormalize? Your 2 options are to use the change feed, which you need to use if your changes are going to span multiple logical partitions, right? Or you can use stored procedures, which will give you the transactional benefit, real-time transaction, but that can only be used if your updates are within a single logical partition. But that also means that you need to think about transactional updates via stored procedures when you're coming up with a partition key. Like when you come up with a partition key, you got to realize that you can only transactionally update all the documents that share that same partition key value. And with that, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the organizers. I'm going to stick around for a little bit if you have any questions. But I want to thank you. I really enjoyed giving this session, and I hope you enjoyed it as well.
Thank you, Lenny, for the wonderful session. And so I'm just working on this Cosmos DB around some 1.5 years. So
I'm so glad to hear your voice. I was hoping that I didn't get lost somewhere in the middle.
No. Like, so this is I'm just silently listening to your session, and this is very wonderful session, and we're getting a good positive feedback in the chat also that your session is very awesome. And audience, if you have any questions, just raise to Lenny, and we will here to answer.
Thank you so much again. Thank you for inviting me, and I hope you all enjoyed a wonderful conference. We're coming up at the end of it, right? For you guys, it's now 6 p.m. It's now 7:30 in the morning for me here in Bogota, Colombia, and I was very happy to be here to present for you.
Thank you, Lenny, for this wonderful talk.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Hey everyone, and this is very wonderful session for the last 2 days, track 1 and track day 1 and day 2 in the track 5. So I hope this session will be very useful for each and everyone who are attended and who are going to revisit this clips later. So, behalf of Azure Community Conference, this is Vijay, and we are thanking for everyone, each individual speakers, volunteers, as well as all the audience and whoever supported directly or indirectly to this conference. And this become way more successful, and we need all your supports and in all the future endeavors. And thank you everyone on behalf of Azure Community Conference. And before leaving this session, I have to just share one thing. So tomorrow we have a big day, which we have a workshop. This workshop consists of different a tech lead and very good means high level lead in the industry with giving a proper workshop with different type of technical stack. So do visit tomorrow on a day 3 as a workshop. And we are thanking for our title sponsor, gold sponsor, and community sponsor, and the other partner, technical partner and development partner. So if you have any feedback, you can visit to the URL shared, bit.ly AZ feedback to 2021. It will ask for a session code. You can give a multiple feedback. So whatever session you feel very good, your comment, your feedback, whatever feedback you want to give, you just mention the session code which you attended and throw your feedback. So that feedback helps us to grow even more bigger. So thank you for this community who's supporting Behind the Stake for the Azure Community 2021. Thank you. Signing off from Track 5, Vijay Perumal. Thank you, everyone.